And a very pleasant good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with free HD video on mybasin.com. The Falcons back at home today for games 3 and 4 of a 4-game season series against the Medford Mustangs. My name is Josh Eldridge. So glad to be with you from historic Kiger Stadium for an Area 4 doubleheader today. It was a split last time out for Klamath Falls in Medford. A 5-3 victory followed by a 12-1 loss. And with their postseason lives on the line tonight, the Falcons have an opportunity for a home sweep in a storied rivalry against the Medford Mustangs. As we get ready for first pitch in about 15 minutes, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll talk about the seasons that each of these two teams have had. We'll check in on the Area 4 standings and tell you how the Falcons still have a path to the postseason. We'll also introduce you to the starting lineups and get ready for first pitch next. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
And we welcome you back to Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Just a few minutes away from first pitch tonight at Kiger Stadium between the Falcons and the Medford Mustangs. Another Area 4 doubleheader for the Falcons tonight. They last played on Monday over at North Medford High School against these Mustangs. A doubleheader in which the Falcons split a 5-3 win, a 12-1 loss. Now, the outlook for the Falcons as they enter play with a 3-11 record is, well, they have to rely on some help to get themselves into a potential bid for the postseason. As if you're watching on mybasin.com, bringing up the Area 4 league standings for you now. And again, I've said it, I'll say it again, the favorite for this year's league and postseason berth is Eugene +3. No matter where the challengers finish, even though they are at the top of the league right now, it's the next 3 highest-ranked teams that make a berth to the postseason because, again, the challengers are hosting the state tournament at Swede Johnson Stadium. So right now the challengers are in first place. They're 11-3 in league. They are 31-8 overall. Roseburg and Medford are tied right now, although technically Roseburg has the tiebreaker over the Mustangs after winning 3 of their 4-game season series. So Roseburg is 9-5. Medford is also 9-5. Redmond is 6-8, Grants Pass is 4-10, and our Falcons are 3-11 with 6 games to go for everybody. And that is including today. We can take a look around the league and tell you who else is playing tonight, and we'll keep tabs on these scores as we move throughout the broadcast this evening as Eugene is in Grants Pass tonight, taking on the Nuggets. Their game starts at 5 o'clock as well. And Redmond is at Roseburg tonight for a doubleheader that also starts at 5. Now, season continues on Saturday, and Monday closes the regular season for Area 4. If we look ahead to those games and we kind of look at where the Falcons are in the standings, kind of try to do some quick math here, the Falcons are not eliminated from postseason contention, although to make it, they would have to finish at least 1 game ahead of Redmond or Grants Pass to earn that 4th place spot because, again, the Falcons do not hold the tiebreaker with Redmond or Grants Pass, being swept by the Generals and losing 3 of 4 against the Nuggets. So to get there, you have to hope today that Roseburg and Eugene each sweep Grants Pass and Redmond. Now, the tricky thing is that for the final series of the regular season, Grants Pass and Redmond play each other. So you have to hope that they potentially split those 4 games and that here for the Falcons, they win out. That would, if it plays out exactly like that, give the Falcons a 1-game advantage over Redmond. They would earn the 4th place spot and they would get a place in the play-in round of the Oregon State Legion tournament. And it would allow Eugene, Roseburg, and Medford to effectively finish where they are in the top 3 in the standings. So still a lot to play for the Falcons. You hope that these other teams can win the games that they need to or lose the games that would help the Falcons. But all you can focus on is the team in front of you, and that is the Medford Mustangs. And looking good coming down the stretch, and they are healthy as well. Coached by a fantastic staff that is led, of course, by John King. He's assisted by Kevin Schaefer, Brett Wolf, all coaches, fantastic coaches from the Jackson County area. You know that they are going to be ready to play at Kiger Stadium today, a rivalry which is as old as Legion baseball is in the state of Oregon. Some teams that are towards the top of the list in terms of total state championships won. As a matter of fact, it is Medford who I believe has the most overall Legion state titles, and they do 18 total. Klamath Falls is 9. That's number 1 and number 4, respectively, for most state championships in the area, and 2 teams that have been doing battle for a long time. Excited for it, and just a few minutes away from first pitch between the Falcons and the Mustangs tonight. We're going to step aside one more time. When we come back, we'll introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams as the head coaches meet right now at home plate to exchange their starters. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you face. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Clown Falls Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you, local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Clown Falls Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
And we welcome you back to historic Kiger Stadium ahead of first pitch between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Medford Mustangs. As we near closer to first pitch, let's go ahead and meet the starting lineups. And we'll begin with the visitors from Medford, the Mustangs, that are coached by John King. He's assisted by Kevin Schaefer and Brett Wolf. On the mound for the Mustangs today is going to be Jake Lewis. And their lineup goes like this. Leading off, the designated hitter is Easton Curtis. Number 25, the center fielder, Tristan Wallace, bats second, followed by Jackson Rosenthal, hitting third in right field. Elijah Havey is batting cleanup and catching today for Medford, followed by Kellen Willer, the first baseman, batting fifth. Hitting sixth is Davis Carr at second base, and batting seventh is Caleb Long at third base. Freeman Roundtree is in left field, batting eighth. And rounding out the Medford order is Kyle Cope at shortstop. The Medford Mustangs today are wearing their road navy blue tops with Mustangs written across their chest in red with white trim. They've also got red sleeves that's kind of mixed in with some navy blue digi camo. Looks kind of neat for the Medford Mustangs as we flip the lineup card over and meet the starters for Coach Pete Whistler of the Klamath Falls Falcons. On the mound for Klamath Falls today is going to be Mark Carpenter, and the batting order goes like this. Leading off at third base is Max Price. P.J. Safford bats second and is catching, followed by Mark Carpenter, the pitcher, batting third. Marcos Ulloa Ford hits cleanup for Klamath Falls. He'll be at shortstop today. Jacoby Tacchini, the first baseman, bats fifth. Colin Tacchini at second base. He'll bat sixth. Hitting seventh is Corbin Hamilton in right field, followed by Carson Sims in left field, batting eighth. Ryan Douglas is in center field. He rounds out the Falcons order, and he will bat ninth. Just a couple minutes away from first pitch today. A doubleheader at Kiger Stadium. If you're cruising around town and you don't have anything going on a Wednesday evening, join us at Kiger Stadium. Enjoy the concession fare. Enjoy the great baseball. We hope to see you out here. You know, I saw a statistic earlier this week, as a matter of fact, that we're averaging almost 200 fans here a game at Kiger Stadium. That's the most in a number of seasons. And in fact, we are outdrawing our competition by almost 100 people in attendance this season here at Kiger Stadium. Be a part of it. Support these young men. They certainly need it in a big doubleheader this afternoon against the Medford Mustangs. By the way, the Falcons tonight wearing their blue tops with Falcons written in cursive across the chest in red with white trim. They've got gray pants on, gray caps with the blue bills and the red K on the top. get a visual of it, you can join us at Kiger Stadium, or you can watch our free live stream on mybasin.com. We're going to step aside one final time before first pitch today, and when we return, we will be ready for Falcons baseball from Kiger Stadium on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
And we welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. My name is Josh Eldridge as we get closer to first pitch of Falcons baseball tonight as they get ready to host the Medford Mustangs. So glad to be with you this evening as we take just a little bit of a look at the previous games for Medford. They have pretty much split their last 6 games. They're 3-3 in their last 6 games. Before that, they had lost 4 consecutive games to Roseburg and then Reno before that. Medford trying to turn the page and tune up for their postseason potential. Meantime, for the Falcons, they had lost 9 straight, but since that 9-game losing streak for Klamath Falls, they have won 2 of their last 3 games. Their one loss coming on Monday against Medford. That was the 12-1 loss we continue to speak about. Before that, though, a 5-3 win over these Mustangs and a 6-3 win over Grants Pass. Now, this not the first time that these two squads have met up. In fact, the first 2 games of the season, the Falcons played against these Mustangs. It was a season-opening loss, 11-1, but then they came back and won 9-3 on June 6th. Since then, these teams have not seen each other before Monday when there was that split in the doubleheader. They wrap up their season series today as Mark Carpenter gets ready to take the hill for the Falcons as they take the field. Let's get you a look at Mark Carpenter on the season for these Falcons. It's been some time since we've seen Mark on the hill for Klamath Falls. In fact, believe his last start came in the Redmond series, and it was 4 2/3 innings pitched in a loss for Mark. He gave up 8 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned. Overall on the season for Carpenter, this will be his 7th start. He carries a 1-3 record in 22 1/3 innings pitched. Carpenter has a 4.7 ERA. This season, he did pitch in the opener against Medford back on June 4th, although at that time, Falcons still getting warmed up. So we only saw Mark for 1 inning against Medford, although in that 1 inning, he gave up 3 hits and a couple of runs. He's hoping to straighten out the arrow today in this contest against the Mustangs. It looks like getting ready to lead off for Medford will be Easton Curtis, Tristan Wallace, and Jackson Rosenthal, the top hitter of the order for Medford. It's a fine day for baseball here at Kiger Stadium, as right now the hottest point of the day. It is 88 degrees in Klamath Falls. Could be cooling down to right around 80 as the night continues, down around 75 probably by the time that we conclude festivities tonight at Kiger Stadium. The wind is somewhat of a factor, as it always is at Kiger, blowing across the outfield. It would help a fly ball left if one catches wind stream out there, about 10 mile an hour right now. As we take a look at the dimensions at Kiger Stadium, it's 325 down the left and right field lines, 350 to left and right center, 385 to straight away center field. As our Falcons meet the infield ready for first pitch, it's time to lock down for these young men if they want to continue their season past Monday for a chance at a potential state play-in round. Last year, that is where their season ended, was in the play-in round against Salem. Hoping to make it just one step further this season with a young squad. You'd love to see it. As Easton Curtis gets ready to step in against Mark Carpenter. First pitch on the way from Mark, fouled off. And we're just getting started at 5:06 Pacific time here in Klamath Basin. 6 minutes past when we were set to begin today. But that's all right, as it's a fine afternoon for baseball. Stuckel Mountain in the distance over the center field fence, and here is the 0-1 pitch. Bouncing ball towards short. Uloa Ford going to play it on a hop. He makes a strong, not in time. And that one extra hop allowed Curtis to reach first on an infield single. That's how we get things started today at Kiger. We'll bring up Tristan Wallace. Wallace was incredible. No two ways about it. In the second game against Klamath Falls, 3 extra base hits and 6 RBI in the 12-1 victory for the Mustangs on Monday. Here he bats with nobody out and board at first. Carpenter set. Wallace shows bunt, shoves one foul down the first base line towards the Medford dugout. And the count is 0 to Tristan Wallace. Wallace graduated high school in 2023, finished up his freshman year at Umpqua College. So he gets ready for the 0-1 against Carpenter. The right-hander steps off, moves to first. Diving back safely is Easton Curtis. Max Price, the third baseman, playing in on the grass, protecting the bunt for Wallace, and we'll get you the entire defensive starters for the Falcons in just a moment. It's the 0-1 pitch on the way. Wallace takes one in the dirt. Safford, the catcher, knocks it down. Nothing getting past him early. Safford behind the dish. Max Price at third. Marcos Uloa Ford at short with Colin Tacchini at second. Jacoby Tacchini plays first for Klamath Falls. We'll get you the outfield after the 1-1 pitch from Carpenter as he comes set. Pitch on the way. On the move from first is Curtis. That ball is hit into the gap into left field. And it's going to get through for a single. Curtis advancing to second. Wallace aboard. Back-to-back base hits for the Mustangs. So they've got 1 and nobody out in the top of the first inning. This will bring up Jackson Rosenthal for Medford. And while we have a moment in the outfield for the Falcons, in left it's Carson Sims. In center, it's Ryan Douglas. And Corbin Hamilton is roaming right field today for the Falcons. On second base for Medford, it's Easton Curtis. Tristan Wallace at first. Rosenthal, the lefty, awaits the first pitch. He's showing bunt, puts one in front of the mound. Carpenter throws to first, and the throw is late. That should go in as an E1 against Carpenter. So sacrifice bunt, plus the E1. Carpenter bobbled the ball coming up with it to allow the bases to get loaded with nobody out here in the first. Eli Havey bats now for Medford in their win on Monday. Havey had one official at bat where he tripled, drive in 2 runs. After that, he was substituted out of the ball game. Here bats with the bases loaded and nobody out. The pitch from Carpenter is taken for strike, 0-1. Mark's going to have to dig deep here to try to get himself out of the jam. Force at any base for the Falcons infield as they pretty much play straight up. 0-1 on the way from Carpenter. That one's taken high, the count, a ball and a strike. Haven't seen Carpenter in nearly a week. He was gone, not with the team for a couple of series, namely against Grants Pass. But the 4th of the year, hoping for a rapid return to this Legion team. As the 1-1 is away from Safford and roll to the backstop. That'll be a wild pitch, and it will score a run. Curtis home, Wallace to third, Rosenthal to second, and the Mustangs have an early 1-0 advantage. The count 2 balls and a strike to Havey with Kellen Willer with deck. 2 in scoring position for Havey. Under set and the pitch. That is taken for a ball inside. And the count 3-1 to Havey. Now the Falcons infield playing back towards the outfield cut of the grass. Only forces at first base. The 3-1 is lifted foul out of play behind base. And the count now runs full to Havey. Back-to-back singles and an error allowed the Mustangs to load the bases, and a wild pitch seen our first run come across. The full count pitch on the way from Carpenter is a ground ball towards second. Colin Tacchini going to go to first for the out, but score from third is Tristan Wallace. So give Havey the RBI and give Medford a 2-0 lead, now with 1 out in the first inning. Ken Miller batting now for the Mustangs, was 1 for 2 and an RBI in the win on Monday. Miller was 0 for 3 in the loss on Monday for Medford. Here he tries to bunt, but then foul down the first side, the count 0-1. 2 runs home this inning for Medford, and Jen Rosenthal is at third. 1 away, and an 0-1 count to Willer. Davis Carr waits on deck, Medford. Carpenter working out of the windup. Here's the pitch. He shows bunt again. A strike is called on the inner third, and the count now 0-2. Time is called as Safford goes out to visit with Carpenter. And now PJ headed back to the plate. It'll be an 0-2 count with a runner on third. 1 out in the top of the first inning. A 2-0 ball game in favor of the Mustangs early. Carpenter again from the wind. The runner at third. Here's the pitch. That is taken for strike 3 called. Carpenter finds the outer third with fastball and gets a big strike. The second out in the first inning. Here's David Carr. David Carr also tripled in the win for Medford on Monday. Drove in an RBI in doing so. He takes a breaking pitch over the heart of the plate for strike 1. Oh, 1 on the way. Check swing, and he held up in time. It's a 1-1 count now to Carr. He was 3 for 3 in the Mustangs' loss in the first game of this series with 3 singles. That one is ripped down the left field line, but drifts foul. Count now a ball and 2 strikes to Carr with Long waiting on deck for Mert. Left-handed hitting Carr awaits the 1-2 from Carpenter. Here it comes. It's an off-speed pitch up above the shoelaces of Carr. He'll take it inside. Count moves now to 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Medford leads 2-0. Pitch on the way. That is a line to second base. Colin Tacchini, glove to retire the side. But the Mustangs score 2 on a pair of base hits. They leave one straight, one Falcons error. So we go to the bottom of the first inning with Medford leading Klamath Falls 2-0. This is Falcons baseball on 104 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
We welcome you back to Falcons Ball on 104.3 960 Sports, also on mybasin.com as we get ready for the first inning. It's 2-0 and the Mustangs lead. Leading off this inning for Klamath Falls, Max Price, P.J. Safford, and Mark Carpenter. Jake Lewis on the mound for Medford, the right-handed thrower from South Medford High School. Lewis is the youngest player on this second youngest on this Falcons team. He'll be graduating in 2020 from South Medford. As Max Price settles in, the pitch to Price, waved at and missed for strike one. Price second the team in batting average. He hits .370 this season for the Falcons. Pitch on the way. That one is going to be taken wide, 1-1. In the victory on Monday, Max Price was 2 for 4 with a couple of singles, and he scored a run. Here's the 1-1 pitch to him. It's taken outside, called a strike, and the count 1-2 against the right-handed hitting Price. Price, a wide batting stance, his front foot behind his back foot. And that is called the ball, must have been high. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Price towards the back of the batter's box. Waits the 2-2, watches it sail outside. The count runs full for Price as the Falcons look for leadoff base runner in the bottom of the inning. A game that they trail 2-0. Lewis with the full count pitch. That one's in the air behind shortstop. Looks playable for Cope, but he is called off by the right fielder Roundtree, and nobody makes the catch. That's going to be a leadoff single for Price, as I think Roundtree called everybody off and then might have lost it in the sun. It is pretty brutal out here at Kiger, especially in left field. Game 1, the sun setting by first base side, and you have to battle it all game long. That's a leadoff single. The Falcons try to respond in the bottom of the first. P.J. Safford bats now. Carries an 8-game hitting streak coming into this game. Move over, Price back safely. During this hitting streak, Safford has seen his batting average jump 120 points, now batting 43 on the season. The pitch home, Safford fouls it back. The count now 0-1 to PJ. In the win, Safford instrumental, 1 for 3, but single in the third inning knocked a run. The pitch to Safford is taken for a strike. The count now 0-2 to Safford. It was a fastball on the outside. Now Lewis can go just about anywhere he wants to on an 0-2. Safford going to have to be defensive at the plate. Set is Lewis. The delivery is looked at for ball one. Tried to backpick Price at first, but he gets safely. Willard, the first baseman, doing a fine job of diving to keep that ball in front of him on an awkward throw from Havey. 1-2 count to Sam. Meet the Medford defensive starters in just a minute. Mentioned Eli Havey is catching. 1-2 to PJ is missed, and that strikeout for the first out in the first inning. At face is Caleb Long for Medford. Cope is at short with Davis Carr at second. Kel Willer at first. Freeman Roundtree in left field. Tristan Wallace in center, and Jackson Rosenthal in right for the Medford Mustangs. There's one away in the bottom of the first inning. Falcons have a runner on first. It's Price, and here's Carpenter. Mark 429 on the season, leads his team in batting average. Carpenter, he also leads the team, or tied for the team lead rather, in extra base hits. He's got 4 doubles, 6 triples, and a home run this season. So he takes ball 1 in the 1-0. Carpenter was 1 for 2 in the game that he played on Medford. It was the loss, but he tripled and would come around to score the Falcons' only run of that ball game. Here he takes a pitch outside, the count 2-0. After Carpenter in the Falcons' order, it's Marcos Ulloa Ford who waits on deck. Set is Lewis. Checks the runner at first, Price. Got to be careful, Adam. Price takes off for second. The dive in, and he is... Is he out? Is he safe? No signal umpire, but Price is staying out there. It looks like he's safe. That was ball 3 called at the plate, and Price swipes second. That is Max's 7th stolen base on the season. Big lead off second for Max now. And pardon me, that was called a strike at the plate. So the count 2-1. Carpenter takes one that I think missed high. Now the count is 3-1. For a prep player of the Carpenter at a definite hitter's count with the runner in scoring position. Here's the pitch. Carpenter takes strike 2, a fastball outside. Carpenter laid off and the count's full. Mark second on his team in runs batted in with 14 this year. Set is Lewis. Full count pitch on the way to Carpenter. Swung on and missed a high fastball. Carpenter down swinging for the second out in the first inning. Here's Marcos Ulloa Ford, batting with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Ulloa Ford was 2 for 4 in the 5-3 victory on Monday. Had a single and a double. For the season for Marcos, he's batting .329. Pitch on the way. Ulloa Ford rolls a ground ball to short, up with his hope, but all he does is knock it down, loses it on the transfer, and Ulloa Ford is safe at first on the E6. Also, Price advanced to third on the play, and now Jacoby Tacchini, a chance with a tying run early in this ball game. Tacchini on the season, batting .192, has cooled off a bit in these last about 4 games. Looking to come through for his team in a big spot early. First pitch to Tacchini is grounded to third. Long knocks it down. He's going to make the throw to first in time to end the inning. No runs for the Falcons on 1 base hit. 1 Mustangs error, and the Falcons leave 2 on base. They trail 2-0 as we go to the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account for retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between. We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Getting ready for the top of the second inning from Kiger Stadium. It'll be the bottom of the Medford order. Due up here, it's Caleb Long, Freeman Roundtree, and Kyle Cope as Medford leads Klamath 2-0. 2 bases in the first inning for Medford. Each of them came around to score. But after those base hits and one error, Carpenter retired the next 3 batters with a ground out, a strike, and a fly out, hoping to find his rhythm as he moved throughout this ball and give his team a chance to get back into the game, get the bats back up quickly. It's an inning that you'd like to see work quickly for Carpenter. In the first inning, we'll get that in just a moment. Caleb Long steps in. The first pitch to Long is taken low for a ball. 1-0. Long was 0 for 1, but he did have an RBI on a sacrifice fly in Medford's win on Monday as he fouls off the 1-0 pitch, 1-1. Long waits the pitch. Here it comes. It's an inside fastball lifted behind third base. Max Price is going to move behind the bag to make the catch for the first out. This will bring up Freeman Roundtree. Roundtree from Ashland High School. He'll be a senior next year. Helped Ashland to a round 1 appearance in the playoffs after a 14-12 season. The pitch to Roundtree is taken for a strike, 0-1. Carpenter, the pitch is lined into left field. That will be down just in front of Sims out there. He takes a big turnaround first, does Roundtree, but they put there, and a one-out single for Freeman Roundtree is Medford's third hit of the game, and a base runner here in the second inning. Here's Kyle Cope for Medford. Cope was 2 for 3 in the win for Medford on Monday. A couple of singles, also reached on an error in the first game. Cope was 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. He's showing bunt. Move over to first. Back safely is Roundtree. Up next for Medford is the top of their order with Easton Curtis waiting on deck. Corners in now for the Falcons, and showing bunt again is Cope. Pitch was, I believe, called low. Safford tries to get the throw down to second, but Roundtree swipes the bag. He's in scoring position with one away. And the pitch called a ball, so it's a 1-0 count to Cope. Takini trying to keep the runner at second close. The pitch home, an elevated fastball swung on and missed by Cope. The count, a ball and a strike. Carpenter's got to command that fastball. The changeup and the slider will be there for him later in these innings, but got to place that fastball. So far, he's done a fine job. See if he holds on to it. The 1-1 count. 1-1. That fastball sails high on him. The count 2-1. Mark was the Skyline Conference Pitcher of the Year, finishing with sub-1 ERA in the conference. 2-1 on the way to Cope. Shows bunt again. The breaking pitch dips low. The count 3-1 now to Cope. Seen the ERA jump up to 0.4 this summer against stiffer competition in Legion play. The 3-1 is laid down for a bunt, and Carpenter have to let that one roll towards the third base side and just pick it up, as safe at first was Cope. A bunt single puts 2 runners on, one at third, one at first, still 1 out in the inning. Double play is in order with Easton Curtis as that bunt sort of rolled down the third base side of the pitcher's mound. Max Price, the third baseman, went to cover the bag on the steal, didn't charge in. And Carpenter, the right-handed pitcher, with all his momentum going to first after the pitch, couldn't really make a play on it on the bunt. So now again, runners at the corners, Roundtree's at third, Cope at first. See if the Mustangs have something going on the base paths with just 1 away. Here's Easton Curtis, who singled and scored in the first inning. Move over to first. Back safely is Cope. But Roundtree scurried about halfway home down third base. Indicates Medford might have something going. It looks like Cope leaning towards second. He takes off. The throw down, cut off by Ulloa Ford. Throw back home, and they are going to gun down Roundtree. Just like you draw it up, and the Falcons get the second out in the inning on a play at home. Cope is in at second. So still a runner in scoring position and 2 outs now in the inning. As Safford threw down to second, Ulloa Ford jumped in the infield grass, the ball directly through it home. There was the tag Roundtree was trying to score. The 1 pitch to Curtis is taken high for a ball, 2-0. Curtis from North Medford High School will be a senior next season. Class of 2025, the Black Tornado. 2-0 from Carpenter. Looked like an off-speed pitch that missed high and in, 3-0. On deck for the Mustangs is Tristan Wallace. Curtis, a tall batting stance. The 3-0 is going to miss low. And that will put runners at first and second. 4-pitch walk. And this brings up Tristan Wallace. That's the first walk issued by Carpenter in this game. As Wallace steps in, he's 1 for 1. Singled in the first inning and came around to score. Give a 2-0 lead here in the top of the second and 2 outs and 2 runners on from Medford. Carpenter shot off Safford on the first option. Comes set. Looks the runner at second and moves home. The pitch from Carpenter, waved at and missed by Wallace, gets ahead in the count 0-1. After Wallace in the Medford order, it's Jackson Rosenthal. Wallace again ready for the 0-1 pitch from Carpenter. Here it comes. That one's going to say high. And 1-1 count as the ball just around the letters, maybe a little bit high for Wallace, and was a touch outside, maybe 2. It's a 1-1 count to Wallace. Carpenter set. Takes his time, but finally delivers home. That pitch in the dirt. Safford knocks it down. The count 2-1. Infield for the Falcons, playing straight away with 2 outs in the inning. Going to first base and a ground ball in the infield. The 2-1 is going to miss high as well. 3-1. Carpenter's struggling to find the zone as the lineup has turned over first time for Medford. There's a walk in the previous at-bat. Now Carpenter stares down the barrel of another in a 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. That is a line drive to second base. Takini doesn't have to move at all. Makes the play to end the inning. No runs for the Mustangs and 2 base hits. They leave 2 stranded. They do lead 2-0. We go bottom of the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So let's start here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Bottom of the second inning, and the Mustangs lead the Falcons 2-0. It'll be 6, 7, 8 in Falcons' order to try to get a rally started. That's Colin Takini, Corbin Hamilton, and Carson Sims. Jake Lewis gets ready for his second inning in the start for Medford. This is the first game of 2 tonight from Kiger Stadium. Encourage you to join us. Enjoy the baseball, enjoy the sun, warm temperatures. We've got tonight's home games and then Monday's home games, and those will be the final chances for you to see the Falcons this season at Kiger. The first pitch coming up to Colin Takini is fouled off, the count 0-1. Falcons do have more road games sandwiched between now and Monday, as on Friday, they will be in the Portland area taking on the Hillsdale Merchants, a non-league contest. The 0-1 pitch comes up to Takini. That is taken in the dirt, 1-1. Now, Friday's doubleheader we will not have the broadcast for on mybasin.com. But on Saturday, Falcons make the trip down I-5 to Roseburg for another area or doubleheader against the Dodgers. Pitch taken for a ball, might have been high against Colorado, 2-1. Saturday's doubleheader from Roseburg starts at 5 o'clock. 2-1 on the way to Takini. Swung miss, 2 balls and 2 strikes. After Saturday's doubleheader in Roseburg, the Falcons again will return home on Monday to take on those very same Doc Stewarts. We'll be back on the broadcast from Kiger to close out the regular season on Monday. The 2-2 coming up to Colin Takini is taken. Strike 3, a fastball, paints the black on the outside to Colin for the first out. Third strikeout already for Jake Lewis. And here's Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton bats .153 on the season. 10 of his 11 base hits have been singles so far. Pitch on the way to Corbin. Grounds one to first. Up with it is Willer. He'll jog to the bag himself for the force out. And that's the second out in the inning for the Falcons. Here's Carson Sims batting now for the Falcons, hitting .234 this season. Sims 0 for 3 in the win for the Falcons on Monday. He was also hitless in 2 bats in the loss on Monday. Sims takes a pitch high, 1-0. Carson, class of 2027 at Henley High School, as he takes a pitch wide there, 2-0. Was a part of the varsity Hornets team who made the semifinals during the prep season, were number 1 in the state for most of the year. The 2-0, Sims chases it, the count now 2-1. Sims didn't see a ton of action during Skyline play for Henley, but here this Legion season, Sims has started to come into his own a little bit more as he takes the 2-1 for a strike, 2-2. Struggled at the beginning of the year, but seems to have found his footing towards the middle and later parts of the season. We'll see how he reacts. 2-2 count, fouled it off, staying alive. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning, and Medford leads Klamath Falls 2-0. Here's the pitch to Sims. The 2-2 is looked at for ball 3 on a fastball that missed high and away. After Sims in the order, if he's able to get on base, extend this inning, it's Ryan Douglas. Full count pitch on the way from Lewis. It's hit in the air, right field. Could cause some trouble in right, but making the catch on the run is Rosenthal. Popped out of his glove, but a fine job to squeeze. And in the ending, the Falcons down in order in the second. They trail Medford 2-0 as we go to the third on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
Getting ready for the top of the third inning, and Medford leads Klamath Falls 2-0. It'll be 3-4-5 in the Mustangs order to get us started in the third. That's Jackson Rosenthal, Eli Havey, and Kellen Willer, as Mark Carpenter looks to keep things where they are. Surrendered 2 runs in the first and escaped a jam in the second inning thanks to some creative defense from the Falcons. Hope to not need to be creative to beat this Mustangs team, but a squad that's so good with a veteran coaching staff and a fine history. John King in his first season at the helm of Medford, an assistant coach for a number of years under Nate Mabin. He's also an assistant at North Medford High School. Nate Mabin, the longtime Medford Mustangs coach, stepped away at the end of last season. He's now their general manager and also stepped away from coaching at Cass Christian High School. He's their athletic director. But Nate Mabin in the dugout today, always is, also in full uniform. As here we go with the first pitch to Jackson Rosenthal. Swung on and missed. The count 0-1. Nate Mabin engineered an incredible streak of Medford state championships from 2014 to 2019. 6 consecutive titles for this Mustang squad. Here's the 0-1 pitch coming up to Rosenthal. Swung on and missed, 0-2. In 2018, the Mustangs, if you look at the box score, they would have lost the title game in 2018, but were claimed victorious via forfeit against what was, I believe, Albany in the championship game. 0-2 coming up to Rosenthal is strike 3 called. Carpenter picking up his second strikeout of the ball game as Rosenthal goes down looking to begin the third inning. That 2018 season, an ineligible player for Albany forced them to forfeit that game to Medford. Then in the 2019 state title run, that was actually here at Kiger, Medford played some instant classic ball games. This pitch is taken high, 1-0. It's a semifinal game, I think, against Eugene. An extra inning come from behind walk-off victory to beat the challengers that season as the 1-0 is swung on and missed, a ball and a strike. 1-1 coming up from Carpenter. So we've got score updates from around Area 4 today. Right now, Eugene leads 4 against Grants Pass, bottom of the second inning. Redmond up against Roseburg 2-0, and they're in the top of the second inning, I believe. It's a 2-2 count now to Eli Havey. Pitch taken high, 3-2. And even after that streak ended for Medford that we were speaking about, COVID season 2020, no championship. In 2021, Eugene won the state championship. Medford came back and claimed the title in 2022 as the 3-2 pitch swung on and missed in the dirt. Havey down on strikes as well. Back-to-back K beginning for Carpenter. That'll bring up Kellen Willer. But since that streak has ended, Eugene and Medford have traded state championships. Like we said, Eugene in 21, Medford 22, Eugene last season. And both of these teams, again, towards the top of our area standings as the first pitch to Willer called a strike, 0-1. Willer 0 for 1 today with a punch out in the first inning. Carpenter trying to strike outside. The 0-1 is bouncing ball out towards short. Loa Ford plays it on a hop, throw to first in time, and the Mustangs down in order in the third. We'll go to the bottom half with Medford leading 2-0. This is Falcons baseball on 103 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Bottom of the third inning, and it'll be Ryan Douglas, Max Price, and P.J. Safford to lead things off for the Falcons. They find themselves down 2-0 in the bottom of the third inning in Game 1 of 2, an Area 4 doubleheader between the Falcons and the Mustangs. I want to make an amendment something I said in the last inning. Eugene did not win the state championship last year. It was the Portland Barbers, and I believe that was their first state title win for the post-6 Barbers. But Medford, 18 total state championships. They were the team to beat in the state for a long, long time. Medford, they won their first state championship in 1976. Pitch to Ryan Douglas is called a ball, missed upstairs. 1-0 count to Douglas. Looking at the season for Douglas, bats .170 with all 8 of his base hits being singles this season for Klamath Falls. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Douglas is taken outside. 2-0. Douglas getting the start in center field for this game. He was 0 for 3 in the game he started on Monday with 3 flyouts. 2-0 on the way to Douglas. And it's taken high, 3-0. Lewis still on the hill for Medford in this third inning. This is going to prompt Eli Havey, the veteran Medford pitcher, to come out and have a visit with his younger pitcher. That's got to be such a benefit for guys like Jake Lewis, who won't be graduating until 2026, to have a guy who just finished his freshman season at Umpqua Community College, one of the best coaching staffs for community college in the state, led by Jeremiah Robbins, who's also coaching with the Roseburg Dock Stewarts. We'll see them later in the season. 3-0 is going to miss wide. Douglas aboard with a 4-pitch walk and a leadoff base runner for the Falcons. They try to get something going in this third inning, trailing by 2. Max Price batting now. He's 1 for 1 in this game. Was left stranded after a leadoff single. Price bats .370 for this team. Move over to first, back safely, is Ryan Douglas. Douglas on the base paths this season, certainly a threat to go. He's got 5 stolen bags. He hasn't been caught once. We'll see if they've got something going. As Price looked like he was trying to lay down a bunt. Now they've got Douglas in a run. He goes back to first, but the throw back to first is errant. And Ryan Douglas bailed out in a big way on the base paths. He'll wind up in scoring position. And it's a 1-0 count at the plate after the error. Falcons, a opportunity with a runner in scoring position for Max Price. This season, Price has 6 runs batted in, although batting in the leadoff spot hasn't had a ton of RBI opportunity. He's done most of his damage scoring runs, not knocking in. A check swing, rolls it out to second base. Carr's going to make the play. But advancing to third is Ryan Douglas, now just 90 feet away. Falcons getting their first run of the game. It'll be P.J. Safford, who bats .243 this season with 8 RBI. Safford in the win. We talked about it on Monday. Came up with a single in the third inning to knock in a run. He takes a pitch outside. 1-0. Safford, the right-handed bat from Klamath Union High School, trying to help his team crack in and trim into this lead a bit. Right now, his team trails by 2 against Medford in the bottom of the third inning. Safford fouls one off. The count even at 1 with 1 out, and Ryan Douglas standing at third. After Safford in the order, it's Mark Carpenter. Safford today is 0 for 1. He struck out in the first inning. Pitch on the way from Lewis, working out of the windup with the run on third, misses that one in the dirt. Count 2-1 now to Safford. Lewis looks the runner back at third, now moves out of the windup. The 2-1 is a fastball that about belt high, outer third of the plate. The count is even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Safford with an RBI opportunity. From the windup again, here's Lewis. The 2-2 is looked at high for ball 3. Borderline goes the way of Safford, and the count runs full. Lewis agrees with Havey, who sets up outside. The full count pitch to Safford is hit in the air towards right. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Safford extends his streak and picks up an RBI. Score now 2-1. Medford still leads. The Falcons trying to rally with 1 away in the third. That's 9 consecutive games with a base hit for PJ. And here's Mark Carpenter. Good job by Safford to take that pitch where it was. A fastball on the outside, poked it to right field. An RBI, yet he's aboard at first. Carpenter 0 for 1 in this game. He struck out in the first inning. Lewis set, now working out of the stretch. The pitch is going to be called a strike. Havey unable to squeeze it. It rolls out in front of him. Safford going to stay put at first. It's an 0-1 count. Carpenter. Carpenter bat 4-9, team leader in average, 14 RBI this season, and 11 extra base hits. Waves and misses at an off-speed pitch in the count 0-2. After Carpenter in the order, it's Marcos Loa. Carpenter steps back in. We'll see a strike approach as Havey set up outside. 2 is going to miss side. Havey tried to steal strike 3 by framing that one up. But home plate umpire sees through it, calls the pitch outside, and Carpenter lives to see another pitch. It's a 1-2 count. Small lead off of first from Safford, just about 5 or 6 steps. Move over to first. The throw was well placed by the pitcher Lewis, but Safford back underneath it. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes to Carpenter. 1 away, bottom of the third inning, and the Falcons trail the Mustangs 2-1. Carpenter hits a ground ball to third. Long is going to go to Carr for 1, trying to turn 2, but Carpenter beats out the back end. He'll reach on a fielder's choice. There's now 2 outs in the third inning, and here's Marcos Ulloa Ford. Ulloa Ford reached on an error in the first inning, so he's 0 for 1 today. He leads the team in RBI with 21 this season. He's got 10 extra hits this season. 6 double, triple, 3 home runs. Leads the team in that metric. On deck, hoping to get a chance is Jacoby Tacchini as Lewis looks in, shakes off Havey once, shakes him off again, now finally comes set. Move over to first, and Carpenter back safe. Carpenter short lead off of first, about 4 steps, takes another step now as Ulloa Ford awaits his first pitch. Pops it up, foul out of play behind home plate. And it's an 0-1 count. Ulloa Ford, the lone Mazama Viking on this squad, is committed to further his education and baseball career at Oregon Tech. 0-1 on its way to Uloa Ford. Slide step and a line drive right field. That's going to get down. Carpenter was stealing second. He'll have a head start to dig for third, and he'll get in there safe. Carpenter gets to third. Uloa Ford stays put at first after the two-out single. Runners at the corners for Jacoby Takini. Falcons a chance to tie the game here in the third inning. Tying run at third base. They trail 2-1 against Medford. Takini's 0 for 1 in this game. Jacoby hitting 192 this season. He's got 6 RBI. Trying to come through in a big spot. First pitch to Takini is in the dirt. Going to skip away from Havey. Breaking for the plate and diving in safely is Carpenter. And we've got a brand new ball game in the third inning. Tie at 2. And Marcos Uloa Ford advancing to second on the wild pitch. Now Takini a chance potentially with the go-ahead run in scoring position to give the Falcons their first lead of the ball game. Lewis comes, looks Uloa Ford back in second, now delivers home. A ground ball up the middle, and that's going to get through into center field. They're waving around Uloa Ford to score, and he will get in standing. And an RBI single for Jacoby Takini gives the Falcons a 3-2 lead. Big base hits for Klamath Falls in this third inning. And they're up a run with Colin Takini to bat. For Takini, that is his 7th RBI of the season. As Takini steps in, takes a first pitch high and tight for ball 1. Takini 0 for 1 in this contest. He struck out in the second inning, and we've got a meeting for Medford on the mound. We'll remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you by Banker Holman Premier Realty. Little things can add up to big bills when you're buying, selling, or owning a home. That's why Coldwell Banker Holman Premier Realty offers their exclusive Beyond the Sale guarantees. They protect buyers, sellers, and homeowners from unexpected repairs. To learn more, call Coldwell Banker Holman Premier Realty today. 3 base hits already for the Falcons in this inning have led to 3 runs. It started off with a walk to Ryan Douglas. Price grounded out to move Douglas over. P.J. Safford singled and knocked in a run, but was out on the paths as Carpenter grounded into a fielder. Since then, back-to-back singles for Marcos Uloa Ford and Jacoby Takini have given the Falcons a 3-2 lead. A must-win if there's ever been one for the Falcons this season so far. Got to hope for some help around the state if you want to keep your postseason chances alive, but so far, in good position with the lead about halfway through the ball game. The walk coming up to Takini is going to miss outside. Count now 2-0. Big gap on the right side of the infield with the second baseman Carr towards the bag and the first baseman Wilding. That's a line drive foul. Count 2-1. After Colin, if this inning will continue for the Falcons, it's Corbin Hamilton on deck. Teeny right-handed batter's box, away pitch. He lays the pitch high and away. Now 3-1 to Colin, and there is a left-hander, looks like warming up in the Mustangs bullpen. I believe it's Malari out there getting some warm passes in. We'll see how much longer they leave Lewis in if this inning continues. The 3-1, an inside fastball fouled off by Takini, so the count runs full. Likely going to see Jacoby on the move. And leave that fouled off our home plate umpire. He'll need a minute. While we give it to him, we'll remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you by Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Falls Subaru, stop by and say hi. Their dealership located on Washburn Way, next to Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Another proud sponsor of Falcons baseball this year. The right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union can help you reach your goals. And we've got all the Falcons coaches surrounding both of the umpires here behind home plate. I think we're just to make sure that our home plate umpires all getting in some water. It's a round of applause from the crowd here at Geiger Stadium. Heard it's a fairly sizable crowd downstairs tonight. Up over 100 folks here at Geiger Stadium. Always great to see the friendly faces who show up here to historic Geiger. Still a nightcap to go tonight. If you've got time, join us this evening for Game 2 of a doubleheader. Probably around 7:30 would be my guess for the start time there. Full count pitch to Colin Tacchini as we get back into the baseball. It's taken for strike 3. An inch inside of the plate is going to ring up Tacchini to end the inning. But the Falcons do score 3 runs on 3 base hits, and they leave stranded. They lead 3-2 as we go to inning number 4 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting ready for the top of the 4th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports, mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Medford Mustangs 3-2. For the Falcons thus far, 3 runs on 4 hits, 1 error, and 3 runners left. For the Medford Mustangs so far, 2 runs on 5 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they have left also 3 runners on base. As we take a look at the scores from around the league, in the top of the 4th inning, the Redmond Sunwest Generals lead Roseburg 2-1. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, the Eugene Challengers lead Grants Pass 6-1. As we begin our 4th inning here at Geiger Stadium, due up for Medford is going to be Davis Carr, Caleb Long, and Freeman Roundtree. Mark Carpenter looking for a shutdown inning after his team claimed the lead in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Carr is 0 for 1 with a fly out to second base. He swings and misses at an off-speed pitch to begin this at-bat behind 0-1. Looked like the outside changeup there from Carpenter. Now from the windup, here comes Carpenter again. That pitch finds the zone, 0-2. For Carpenter, that was pitch number 51 through the first 3 innings. It's an 0-2 count to Davis Carr, and here it comes. Turning up the heat, Carpenter gets Carr chasing the outside fastball. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and we'll see you later, Davis Carr. Here comes Caleb Long. Long 0 for 1 today with a pop out to third base to begin the 2nd inning. Pitch from Carpenter. Safford sets up outside. That one will miss downstairs. The count 1-0 to Caleb Long. Long from South Medford High School, recent graduate for the Panthers. South Medford went 10-17 this year in the prep season. The only team in Jackson County, or at least the teams for the Medford Mustangs that have players coming from them with the losing record in the prep season. Everybody else finished with a winning record and made at least the first round of the playoffs. The only team to make it past that was Cascade Christian, who lost to Valley Catholic in the 2nd round. 2-1. The count to Caleb Long after he fouled that pitch off. Carpenter with the 2-1 to Long. That one's going to bounce to the plate. Count moves now to 3 balls and a strike. After Long in the Medford order, it's Freeman Roundtree. And Coach Craig Connor going to come out, have a visit with Carpenter. P.J. Safford will join him from behind the plate. Coach Connor primarily working with the pitchers this year for the Falcons. Also an assistant, Coach Sean Teeters out there. Coach Pete Whistler, the head man in the dugout. Coaching staff comprised of primarily coaches from Henley High School. Only guy missing would be the Henley Hornets head coach, Joe Tacchini. But he coaches the single-A team, and it looks like, I'm unaware exactly, but it looks like the single-A team might be primed for a state tournament run. And that tournament will be held in Redmond with the Pacific Northwest Regional in Roseburg. So see if we can keep you updated on that on our website, mybasin.com. 3-1 the count to Caleb Long, and Carpenter ready to go. Here's the pitch. Finds the zone there, a nice hard fastball about thigh high on the outer third of the plate. Runs the count full, 3-2 to Caleb Long. Full count pitch on its way from Carpenter. Swung on and missed on a pitch in the dirt. Safford going to come up with it. He'll make the throw on the drop third strike for the second out in the 4th inning. Back-to-back Ks for Carpenter. That gives him 5 for the contest. And here's Freeman Roundtree, who singled and was out trying to score in the 2nd inning. This season, Freeman Roundtree has done fairly well against these Klamath Falls Falcons. You go back to Game 1 of the season, and Roundtree was 4 for 5 with 2 RBIs in the opening game of the season. The other time that the Falcons have played Medford this year, it was the 2nd game of the season. And in that game, Roundtree again got an RBI in a 1 for 4 performance. And that pitch misses outside. It moves the count now to a ball and 2 strikes to Roundtree. Carpenter ready to go with the windup in the 1-2. Looked at for strike 3 right down the middle, and Mark Carpenter strikes out the side. In the 4th inning, we'll go to the bottom half with the Falcons leading 3-2. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Medford Mustangs in the bottom of the 4th inning in the opening game of a doubleheader tonight at Kiger Stadium. Corbin Hamilton, Carson Sims, and Ryan Douglas to lead things off for the Falcons in the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll still be Jake Lewis on the mound for Medford, but we did see Malari warming up the left-hander in the previous set of at-bats for the Falcons. We'll see if there's any movement if Lewis gets in a bit of trouble this inning, but starts off on the right foot. Fires in strike 1 to Corbin Hamilton, who's 0 for 1 in this contest. He grounded out to first base in the 2nd inning. The 0-1 on the way to Corbin is in the dirt, bounces out in front of Havey, and Hamilton takes it for ball 1. Count even to begin this 4th inning. Corbin has struggled this season with runners on base, although to start rallies, Hamilton has come through in a couple of games this season. The 1-1 is rolled down the third base line, foul, 1-2. He's got 8 RBIs this season, but 9 runs scored. Hamilton was an honorable mention on the mound for Skyline All-Conference selections as he takes the 1-2 outside, 2-2. Hamilton, if my memory serves me correctly, also had a sub-1 ERA on the hill for Henley during the prep season. 2-2 coming up to Corbin. Here it is. And that's a line drive. Rolls past the shortstop, Cope, and into left field. One hopper through the infield, and Hamilton a leadoff single in the 4th. Just what the doctor ordered to try to add some insurance in the 4th inning. Carson Sims batting now for the Falcons. He is 0 for 1 in this contest. And it looks like we've got Malari heading back to the bullpen for Medford. The left-hander maybe trying to get some more warm-up throws in. Sims will have to wait for his first pitch as they check Hamilton at first. He dives back safely. Now the right-hander from Henley High School steps back in. The pitch, he shows bunt, takes one high. And the count is 1-0 to Sims. It seems like the Falcons just going to try to move Hamilton into scoring position. Ryan Douglas waits on deck. This will bring Caleb Long, the third baseman, in on the grass. As Lewis comes set. Pitch on the way. Runner on the move from first. Hamilton digging for the steal, but the throw beats him, and he's tagged out. Good throw by Havey from behind the plate to cut down the base runner for the Falcons. It's a 1-1 count to Carson. 1 out in the inning after Hamilton was caught stealing. Sims fouls off the 1-1, now 1-2. Mustangs trying to get every bit that they can out of Lewis, who hasn't thrown particularly poorly. He's just given up a fair share of runs to this point in the ballgame. Pitch on the way. Sims takes it upstairs, 2-2. From the windup, here's Lewis. Sims hits a line drive to right field, down in front of Rosenthal. And a 1-out single for Carson Sims brings up Ryan Douglas. For Carson, that's his 12th hit of the season, his 10th single. And here's Ryan Douglas, who's bats 170 this season for the Falcons, without an official at-bat in this game, as he walked in his first plate appearance. He takes strike 1 here. Walked and scored in the 3rd inning. That was where the Falcons scored all 3 of their runs to take a 3-2 lead over Medford. Here in the bottom of the 4th, they still hold that advantage. The 0-1 in the dirt. Havey blocks it, and the count moves now to a ball and a strike. Coach Sean Teeters at third base, delivering the signs to Sims at first. Pitch home, misses inside. Nothing doing on the base paths there for Sims. And Douglas now ahead in the count, 2-1. Lewis delivers again. That one, finds the inside part of the plate against Douglas. Looked further inside than the pitch that was just called a ball, but this one evens up the count to Douglas, 2-2. Move over to first, Sims back safely. Willer, the first baseman, holding Sims there at first. In on the cut of the infield grass is Long. At third. Pitch on the way. The 2-2 is taken outside, and Douglas allows the count here to run full 3-2. After Douglas, the lineup turns over for the Falcons. It'll be Max Price in the on-deck circle. Lewis looks in, checks the runner at first. It's Sims. Now comes Set. Kicks and fires with the 3-2. Taken for strike three called. Douglas down looking for the second out in the fourth inning. Here's Max Price, batting now for the Falcons. He is 1 for 2 today. He singled in the first and grounded out in the third. Medford outfield shaded a little bit towards the left for the right-handed hitting Price. Move over to first. Sims dives back under the tag. After Price, if he's able to get on base, it's P.J. Safford on deck. Lewis said with the first pitch this at-bat to Price. First pitch swinging, line drive to left field, diving and making the catch is Freeman Roundtree, stealing a sure thing base hit and ending the inning. The Falcons do get 2 base hits in the inning, and they leave one stranded. No runs come across, so they lead 3-2 as we go to the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing SmithBates.com Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates.com Solutions.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Getting ready for the top of the 5th inning, and the Falcons lead the Medford Mustangs 3-2. 9-1-2 in the Mustangs order this half inning. That's Kyle Cope, Easton Curtis, and Tristan Wallace. As Mark Carpenter continues to work into the 5th inning in his start. Carpenter's done a fine job. Has recorded 6 strikeouts through his first 4 innings, and 5 of the previous 6 batters have gone down on strikes for Mark. See how he starts this at-bat against Kyle Cope, who's 1 for the day. First pitch to Cope, taken low for a ball. 1-0. Cope singled and was left stranded in scoring position in the 2nd inning. Mustangs haven't scored since the 1st. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. That's hit a ton to left field, but drifts foul. It's a line drive that one-hopped the fence, and Cope got just about all of it, but pulled it just a bit foul. And it's allowed strike 1. Cope from South Medford High School, graduated this past summer. Ball and a strike to Cope as Carpenter back on the rubber, working out of the windup. And the pitch, here it comes. Safford sets up outside. That one misses low over the plate. 2-1. 2-1 coming up. Here it is from Carpenter. That is a breaking pitch that found the outside. Good job by Carpenter to break that one off and even up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter in the 5th inning. It's Kyle Cope. 2-2 from Carpenter. And a fly ball, weakly hit center field. That's going to get down. And a leadoff single for Cope. is going to bring up Easton Curtis. 6th hit of the day for Medford. That matches the Falcons total. And Easton Curtis has one of those. In the first inning, he's 1 for 1. Curtis singled in the first, walked in the second inning. He scored a run in the first, was left stranded in the second. Max Price protecting bunt at third. Mustangs have been liable to do that in this game, and a pretty decent lead off of first from Cope, and here's Curtis showing bunt. The pitch, stealing second. The throw down is going to skip to second base, and in safely is Kyle Cope. It's a 1-0 count to Easton Curtis after that pitch missed. And we'll see if the Mustangs still have bunt on. They try to move him over to third, or if they let Curtis try to swing away and knock in a run. Curtis from North Medford High School. The Black Tornado went 18-9 in the prep season, but were upset by Klamath in the first round of the 6A playoffs. The 1-0. Curtis does show bunt, lays it down in front of Carpenter, comes up with it on the backhand and makes a high throw to first that gets away from Tacchini. A run will score, and in at second is Curtis. That's going to allow Cope to score on the E1, and we have a brand new ball game in the top of the 5th inning, tied at 3. That is the 3rd error of the game for the Falcons, the 2nd for Carpenter on the hill. And here's Wallace to bat with the runner in scoring position and a chance to give his team the lead in the top of the 5th inning with nobody out. Wallace 1 for 2 in this contest, singled in the first and flew out in the second. First pitch to Wallace. Here it comes from Carpenter. He shows bunt. The pitch misses high, 1-0. Wallace was lethal in the second game on Monday, where he had 3 extra base hits and 6 RBI in the 12-1 win for Medford. 1-0 coming up to Wallace. Here's the pitch from Carpenter. Again, shows bunt, pushes it down the first base side. Carpenter underhand toss to first, makes the play that time for the first out. Although Easton Curtis advances to third, so runner 90 feet away from Medford, just 1 away in the inning, and now you get to the heart of the order with Jackson Rosenthal to bat. Rosenthal was 2 for 3 in the 12-1 victory for Medford on Monday. Rosenthal had an RBI on a sacrifice in the opening game. The infield comes in for Klamath Falls. They'll try to cut down the go-ahead run in the top of the 5th. The pitch is sharply hit foul. And an 0-1 count to Jackson Rosenthal with Eli Havey waiting on deck. In this game, Rosenthal reached on an error in the first and struck out in the third. 0 for 1 today. 0 for 2. Here's the pitch coming up to Rosenthal. The 0-1 is taken high. Count 1-1. As Carpenter let that fastball get away from him. Safford behind the dish had to jump out of the stance to corral it. Carpenter with the 1-1. Comes set out of the stretch. The pitch. That one's going to miss high and in near the hands of Rosenthal. The count moves now to 2-1. The runner at third is Easton Curtis, reached on an error and advanced to third on the ground out from Wallace. 2-1. The pitch to Rosenthal on its way. Off-speed pitch, hit high in the air to left. Sims racing in, makes the catch. Tagging from third to score is Curtis. The throw is going to be wide left. And a run will score. A sacrifice fly and an RBI from Rosenthal gives Medford a 4-3 lead. There are now 2 outs in the 5th inning, and it brings up Eli Havey. Sims tried to make that throw himself from left, and it would have taken Safford up the third baseline, probably on a collision course with Curtis. And at that point, the ball just got down back to the backstop. No real chance to make that play as the Mustangs pull in front by a run in the top of the fifth inning. Here's the first pitch to Eli Havey with the bases empty. It's taken high for a ball, 1-0. Havey with an RBI today on a sacrifice ground out in the first. He also struck out in the third inning. Pitch on the way to Havey. The 1-0 is called a strike, 1-1. Talked about Havey behind the dish today. Havey attended Umpqua Community College. That pitch is taken for a strike, 1-2. Umpqua Community College making the NWAC Super Regional this last season. Finished 33-15 under Coach Jeremiah Robbins. 1-2 skips in the dirt, 2-2. Coach Robbins spends his summers coaching the Doc Stewarts. We'll see them on Saturday in Roseburg and then back here at Kiger Stadium on Monday. 2-2 coming up to Havey from Carpenter. The pitch is looked at for ball 3 high. And the count runs full with Kellen Willer waiting on deck. No movement in the Falcons bullpen. Carpenter still throwing strong. Here's the full count pitch. Curveball got him looking. And that will end the fifth inning. But the Mustangs do score 2 on 1 run, 1 Falcons error. And no runners left for the Mustangs. They lead 4-3 as we go to the bottom of the fifth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and due up for the Falcons is P.J. Safford, Mark Carpenter, and Marcos Ulloa Ford, the group to try to get a run or two to get back into this ball game. Here in the bottom of the fifth, the Falcons trail Medford 4-3. Lewis, right-hander, still throwing for Medford. We've seen the left-hander Malari warming up a few times, but so far Medford sticking to their gun, sticking to their starter in the person of Jake Lewis. It was 2 runs for the Mustangs in the top half of the fifth. They only needed 1 base hit to get the job done and score a pair of runs. Pitch is taken outside from Safford, 1-0. PJ extended his hitting streak to 9 games in his last at-bat, so that pressure's off his shoulders, but now trying to start a rally to help his team get back into it. It was an RBI single in the third inning, preceded by a strikeout in the first. Pitch to Safford, fouled back. Count now a ball and a strike to the Falcons catcher from Klamath Union High School. After Safford in the order, we mentioned Mark Carpenter waits on deck. Pitch coming up to Safford. That one's taken wide for a ball. 2-1 the count. P.J. Safford is in his 2024 year-long hitting streak. That's including the prep season. where his longest hitting streak was 8 games. And again, now up to 9. Accomplished an 8-game hitting streak twice on his way to an all-conference selection in the Skyline. Right now ahead in the count, 3-1 to Lewis. The pitch. Taken outside, ball 4. Safford on base for the second time today with a leadoff walk in the 5th inning. And looks like we're going to have Ryan Glidden come in and run for Safford, afforded that courtesy runner as the catcher. So Glidden is aboard at first. And here's Mark Carpenter. Carpenter struck out and grounded into a fielder's choice in his 2 at-bats today. So he's 0 for 2, looking to come up with the tying run on first base. Carpenter represents the go-ahead run. In the bottom of the 5th inning, his team trails 4-3 to Medford in the opener of a doubleheader here at Kiger Stadium. Move to get Glidden at first, but he's back safely. Coach Teeters delivering the sign to Glidden at first. See if they've got something moving. Lewis set again with his first pitch to Carpenter. Nope. Moves back over to first again. Glidden back safely. Right-handed bat for Carpenter. Wide batting stance. Has a big leg kick, and he takes strike 1. It's a fastball about thigh-high, outer third of the plate. Carpenter now behind 0-1 in this count. Another move over to first, and again, back safely is Glidden. See some more fans trickling into the ballpark here at Kiger Stadium as we ready for the 0-1 pitch, and I believe Lewis balked. And so Glidden is going to advance to second. Seemed Lewis came set and kind of rocked his shoulders a bit, enough to allow Glidden to advance to second base on the balk. It's still an 0-1 count to Carpenter, but now an even better chance to try to knock in the tying run in scoring position. Carpenter second on the team and runs batted in. That pitch in the dirt. Havey collects. Throw down to third, and in safely is Glidden, advancing on the wild pitch. Now the tying run at third base, and a 1-1 count to Carpenter. Just about anything could score that tying run, save for a hard hit ball to the corners. If Long or Willer get a hold of it, don't be surprised they try to cut down the lead runner and keep this lead. 1-1 count to Carpenter, and the pitch. That's taken low for a ball, 2-1. On deck after Carpenter is Marcos Ulloa Ford, cleanup hitter for the Falcons. 2-1 on the way to Carpenter. That one's taken in the dirt. Nice job by Havey to pick that one out of the left-handed batter's box, keep it in front of him. The count moved to 3-1, and Havey goes out to have a chat with Lewis. Talked about it last inning. If Lewis found himself in a bit of trouble, the Mustangs might go to the left-hander, Malari. Well, here Lewis is in a bit of trouble, but no sign of the left-hander coming out of the dugout yet. Coach Schaefer and the pitcher warming up have returned to the Mustangs dugout, but no sign of a change yet. It's a 3-1 count to Mark Carpenter. Pitch on its way. Fouled back, and the count will run full. 3-2, nobody out. Tying run at third for the Falcons in the person of Ryan Glidden. Mark Carpenter represents the go-ahead run in the late going. Carpenter, the pitcher, looking to atone for some defensive errors with a base hit here. Here it comes. Carpenter fouls that one back, and the count remains full, 3-2. Putting up a good at-bat here is Mark Carpenter in a big spot for his team. Havey delivering the sign to Lewis. Lewis shakes off, now agreeable. Havey's going to set up outside for the full count pitch. Here it comes. It is swung on and missed. Carpenter is going to go down swinging for the first out in the 5th inning. Ulloa Ford, it's his turn, trying to pick up his teammate, knock in that tying run at third. Ulloa Ford today 1 for 2. Reached on an error in the first, singled and scored in the third. The pitch to Ulloa Ford, offered up at and missed, 0-1. Marcos leads the team in RBI, 20 on the season. Third on the team in batting at .329. Pitch to Ulloa Ford is hit foul behind first and an 0-2 count to Marcos with Jacoby Tacchini waiting on deck. Infield now coming in for the Mustangs as Lewis steps off. Now in a 2-strike count and 1 out, it seems like the Mustangs are not content to let that runner score from third. Ulloa Ford checks his swing. He did not go around. It's called a ball on a fastball that must have been high, 1-2. Now a hard hit ball, though, could be more difficult for the Mustangs infielders to get to, shortening the distance to the reaction time. The 1-2 is in the dirt, 2-2. Score 4-3, Medford leads, 1 away, bottom of the 5th, and the Falcons with the tying run at third. Here's the 2-2 pitch. On its way to Ulloa Ford, taken for strike 3. Ulloa Ford down looking, and that is the second out in the 5th inning. Back-to-back Ks in a big spot for Jake Lewis. And that was his 90th pitch of the afternoon. Here's Jacoby Tacchini. And after that, it looks like we may see a change for Medford. It was a leadoff walk for P.J. Safford. Ryan Glidden came in to run for him. Was able to get to third base on a couple of pitches in the dirt, but since then, back-to-back strikeouts for the Falcons, and they're in danger of leaving a tying run at third base in the 5th inning. It's going to take a base hit from Jacoby Tacchini to stop that from happening. Tacchini is 1 for 2 today with an RBI single in the 3rd inning. The young Tacchini trying to step up for his team in a big way. The youngest player in Area 4. He will start his freshman year at Henley High School next season, and in fact, they will intentionally walk him to get to Colin Tacchini with now runners at the corners and still 2 outs. Tacchini 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. He struck out in the 2nd and 3rd innings. Colin batting .236 this season in a big spot. First pitch to Colin, taken for a strike, 0-1. Colin was 1 for 2 in the win on Monday with a single. Steps back in. The 0-1 is ripped down the first base line, but foul. And an 0-2 count now to Colin. He does have 5 RBI this season. And one of the most important there waiting at third. His team down 1. Runners at the corners in an 0-2 count with 2 outs in this 5th inning. Tacchini takes ball 1 outside. A close pitch, but missing the outside corner. It's a 1-2 count. After Tacchini, if the inning continues, it's Corbin Hamilton. The 1-2. Here it comes to Colin. Taken upstairs. Jacoby on the move to second. They're going to let him get in there. And it seems like the Falcons trying to manufacture a run on the base paths, but the Mustangs not biting for it. In scoring position, it means a heck of a lot more for Colin with the go-ahead run in scoring position. 2-2 pitch. On its way to Takini, called a ball upstairs, and the count runs full, 3-2. Again, Corbin Hamilton waits on deck. Glidden at third, Jacoby Takini at second. He's the go-ahead run. The 3-2 pitch home, taken high. And a nice job by Colin Takini at 1 point behind in the count, 0-2, works a walk to get on base. And we will see a change for Medford before Corbin Hamilton's at-bat with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the fifth. The Falcons trail the Mustangs by 1. Score is 4-3. We'll step aside. We'll get you the changes coming up next. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever. Wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face. I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and the Falcons have the bases juiced. They trail by 1. The score 4-3 with 2 outs in this fifth inning. It'll be Corbin Hamilton, the first task for Tristan Malari out of the bullpen for Medford. The left-hander from South Medford High School is getting his first action against the Falcons this series. It was a walk for P.J. Safford to begin the fifth inning. Ryan Glidden, his courtesy runner, now finds himself at third after 2 more walks to Jacoby and Colin Takini. Mark Carpenter and Marcos Ulloa Ford, 2 of the biggest bats in this Falcons order, both went down on strikes. And that's how we find ourselves with 2 away, the bases loaded in a 1-run ball game, bottom of the fifth inning, and it's Corbin Hamilton to bat now for the Falcons. Corbin 1 for 2 today with a ground out in the second, and he singled to lead things off in the fourth. Corbin Hamilton has been in this spot numerous times this season, trying to come through. The pitch. Hamilton takes strike 1 around the knees over the middle of the plate, behind in the count. After Hamilton, if this inning continues, it's Carson Sims. The left-hander Malari set and delivers. That's a ground ball to second. Slow roller to Carr. And he's going to throw to first in time and end the inning. The Falcons strand the bases loaded, and they trail by 1. The score is 4-3 as we go to the sixth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Getting ready for the top of the 6th inning from Kiger Stadium, and the Falcons trail the Medford Mustangs 4-3. For Medford to this point in the game, 4 runs on 6 hits. 1 error for the Mustangs, and they have left 3 runners on base. For the Falcons, they've got 3 runs on 6 hits. They've committed 3 errors. They've left 7 runners on base, and the base is loaded in the 5th. Had an opportunity to tie or take the lead. Couldn't come through, and now they still trail in the 6th inning. Some defensive changes for the Falcons. We'll just reset the full defense for you. Still on the mound is Mark Carpenter. New to catching, Jacoby Tacchini, Max Price at third. Marcos Ulloa Ford at short. Colin Tacchini at second. Corbin Hamilton has moved in from right. He's now at first base. In the outfield is Carson Sims in left. Ryan Douglas in center. And Ryan Glidden, a new addition to the defense for the Falcons. He came in to run and is now in right field. So he gets things started. It's Kellen Willard. Lead things off in the 6th inning for Medford. They're up 4-3. Pitch on the way from Mark Carpenter. And it's hit in the air, right field. Looks like it might be in foul territory, but playable for Glidden. He runs in to make the catch, getting some action. The first pitch on defense for Glidden. There's 1 away in the 6th inning. Here's Davis Carr, who's 0 for 2 with a flyout and a ground out in the 1st and 4th innings. Carr, the left-handed bat, awaits the delivery from Carpenter. Here's the pitch. It's an off-speed pitch that misses outside. The count 1-0 to Davis Carr. Carr graduated high school in the Medford area in 2023. Attended his freshman year at Bob Jones University. He takes strike 1. A ball and a strike. Now to Davis Carr with Caleb Long waiting on deck. Pitch from Carpenter. Here it comes. Pitch inside. Scooting out of the way of it was Carr for ball 2. The count 2-1. Shadow cast over the infield at Kiger Stadium. The wooden grandstand. A big shadow that reaches out to the mound, almost to second base, and eventually will cover the entire infield tonight as we are, in a sense, still just underway. This is game 1 of a doubleheader tonight at Kiger Stadium. Here we are in the top of the 6th inning. It's a 3-1 count, and the pitch from Carpenter will miss inside. A walk delivered to Davis Carr. It's only the second walk that Carpenter has surrendered in this game. And here's Caleb Long, who's 0 for 2. Flew out to third base, struck out in the 4th. Decent lead off of first from Carr. Carpenter moves over and back safely is the runner at first. Corbin Hamilton holding him there. Colin Tacchini at second base. Cheating over for a double play. Ulloa Ford the same at short. And the infielder Max Price in on the grass at third. Showing bunt is Caleb Long. Trying to steal second is Carr, and Tacchini unable to squeeze the pitch home, and so advancing without a throw is Carr. He's into scoring position, and it's a 1-0 count to Caleb Long. On deck after Long is Freeman Roundtree. Big lead off of second from Carr. The pitch home. Called a ball. Missed up high. 2-0. Medford scored 2 runs in the 5th. Only needed 1 base hit to do so. They've got 6 total hits in the ballgame. The pitch to Long. That one misses high and in. Long ducking out of the way of it, and it's a 3-0 count to the third baseman for Medford. Carpenter having to work out of the stretch. Trying to find his rhythm here in the 6th inning. He's already walked 1. It was Davis Carr who now stands at second. the 3-0 home. That one is going to miss as well. And a 4-pitch walk puts 2 runners on. And here's Freeman Roundtree. Time is called, and Jacoby Tacchini goes out to have a visit with Carpenter. Meeting quickly decided. And here's Freeman Roundtree, 1 for 2 today. Singled in the second, struck out in the fourth. Talked about Freeman from Ashland High School. The Grizzlies this year went 14-12 in 5A play. Made the first round of their playoffs and lost to Mountain View, a team out of Deschutes County, the Bend area. They lost to them in round 1. Pitch to Roundtree, taken for a strike. A nice fastball to get ahead for Carpenter. The count 0-1. 1 away in the top of the 6th inning. At second base, it's Davis Carr. Caleb Long at first, and Medford leads Klamath Falls 4-3. Pitch on the way from Carpenter, showing bunt is Roundtree, lays it down in front of the mound. Carpenter up with it, makes the throw to first in time for the second out, but Carr and Long both advancing. Long to second, Carr to third, and Kyle Cope bats now with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 away. Cope 2 for 2 today. A pair of singles, 1 in the second, 1 in the 5th. He led off the 5th inning with that single and would come around to score what was at the time the tying run of the ball game. Medford would later take the lead in the 5th inning on a sacrifice fly from Jackson Rosenthal. Carpenter gets ahead with the first pitch. 0-1 the count. Carpenter now out of the windup with the runner at third. The 0-1 is taken in the dirt, 1-1. After Cope, the lineup turns over for Medford with Easton Curtis on deck. Carpenter. Here's the 1-1. That one also misses, tailing outside. 2-1. Two and 1 from Carpenter is a check swing. Looked like it might have been a slider that found the zone. 2-2 with 2 outs and 2 runners on in scoring position for Medford. They lead 4-3 as Carpenter tries to escape this inning. 2-2 coming up from Mark. Out of the windup, here it comes. It's another slider in on the hands of Cope, but he fights it off. Count stays 2-2. Cope, the right-handed bat, awaits the 2-2, fouled off again. He's putting up a good at-bat, an important spot for his team this ballgame. That was the 100th pitch for Mark Carpenter, nearing the end of his line, and Falcons have DeYoung warming up in the bullpen. 2-2 from Carpenter. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to first, Hamilton up with it. And throw to Carpenter covering is in time to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 2 left for the Mustangs in the 6th. We go to the bottom half with Medford leading Klamath Falls 4-3 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Falcons searching for a couple runs in the bottom of the sixth inning. They trail Medford 4-3. It'll be 8-9-1 in the Falcons' order due up. That's Carson Sims, Ryan Douglas, and Max Price to try to get the rally started against the left-hander Tristan Malari. We will go ahead and close the book on the Medford starter, Jake Lewis, in just a moment. Here's the first pitch to Sims, offered up at and missed. The count is 0-1. Lewis pitched 4 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 3 runs, each of them earned. He walked 4 and struck out 7. Carson Sims lifts one into shallow center field, and that's down in front of Wallace. Gave a diving effort, but unable to make the catch. Fantastic try, but Sims with his second base hit of the day, making him 2 for 3. And a big spot to get a leadoff single for the young Sims brings up Ryan Douglas. First pitch coming up to Douglas. First to move over to first from the lefty. Sims is back safely. Always got to pay attention to the left-hander move to first base. Malari wasn't particularly quick with the first one, but that could have just been a throw over to keep him honest. Douglas lays down a bunt in front of the catcher. Havey throws to first. A close play, but Douglas is out. Sims advancing to second. Go-ahead run in scoring position for the Falcons. Top of the order, it's Max Price. Price 1 for 3 in this contest. He singled in the first inning. Since then, he's grounded out and flown out. Trying to tie this game. We've got some final scores from around our league we'll share with you after this first pitch to Max Price. Here it comes. Price takes strike 1. Final score between the Roseburg Dock Stewarts and the Redmond Sunwest Generals. The Docks with a 3-2 win. Score update in the 6th inning as Eugene leads Grants Pass 10-2. Now, the Docks collecting that win, good for the Falcons. If Eugene holds on, good for the Falcons, but they have to control themselves and find a way to come back and win this ball game if they want to stay in the hunt for a postseason berth. 1-1 on the way. Here's the pitch. Taken for a strike. Outside off the plate, called strike 2 against Price. And it's a 1-2 count for the Falcons' third baseman. Set is Malari. The lefty delivers home. That one's taken upstairs. Count even for Price. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. In the bottom of the 6th inning, Falcons have the tying run at second base. It's Carson Sims. They trail 4-3. Pitch coming up to Price. That one's taken outside, and the count is full to Max. Price has only walked 4 times this season. Has to be patient, but also can't let one go past him here. Full count. Here it comes. And it's hit in the air. Looks like it might be staying in the infield. The shortstop, Cope, will make the catch just on the edge of the outfield grass for the second out in the 6th inning. Here's Ryan Glidden getting his first action at the plate this ball game after coming in for P.J. Safford defensively. Glidden this season is batting .214 for the Falcons. And he will go around on strike 1. Glidden was instrumental with a couple of knocks in the streak-breaking home game against the Grants Pass Nuggets. That was back on Friday night last week. 0-1 pitch to Glidden. Again, checks his swing late on the fastball. It's an 0-2 count to Glidden. Malari turning up the heat against the right-handed hitter from Klamath Union High School. 0-2 coming up. Here it is. That one is taken high, 1-2. After Glidden, this inning continues for the Falcons. It's Mark Carpenter on deck. Pitch on the way from Malari. Here it comes. That one's taken outside as well. Glidden patient on the fastball upstairs. That one misses outside. The previous two pitches, 2-2 count. Malari set. Sims a big lead off a second. Now the pitch home. Glidden swings and misses, and that will end the inning. One hit, no runs across for the Falcons. They trail 4-3 as we go to the seventh on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Be great.
Participate.
Top of the seventh inning, and the Falcons trail the Medford Mustangs 4-3. Due up this half for Medford is the top of their order: Easton Curtis, Tristan Wallace, and Jackson Rosenthal. Mark Carpenter still out there to begin the seventh inning, although with his pitch count where it is, might only face one batter. We did see Dylan DeYoung warming up in the bullpen last half inning. And I imagine that, again, after this one batter for Carpenter, we'll probably see DeYoung. Sort of surprised they didn't start DeYoung this inning, but trying to ride Carpenter as long as you can, and potentially in doing so, keep the pitch count down for DeYoung to use him later in the week. All right, here we go. First pitch to Easton Curtis. Carpenter misses high, 1-0. For Curtis, so far this afternoon, he is 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the first. He walked in the second. Reached on an error in the fifth and scored then as well. 1-0 fouled back. The count 1-1. Curtis back in. Carpenter delivers the 1-1 pitch. That one's in the dirt, and the count 2-1. We continued to mention the pitch count for Carpenter, as right now this will be pitch number 105. It's going to miss wide, 3-1. You can only go a max of 115 pitches. So Carpenter going to have to buckle down in the 3-1. Get one opportunity here in the seventh inning. The 3-1 is lined into center field, and a base hit to lead off the seventh inning for Easton Curtis. And here comes Tristan Wallace. And Coach Connor still in the dugout, not making any moves yet. They might let him get right up to 115 pitches right now. This next one to Tristan Wallace will be 107. Nope. Maybe Pete Whistler late out of the dugout, and it looks like we are going to see a change for the Falcons. Dylan DeYoung up off the bench. He'll be coming in for Mark Carpenter. We'll get you any other changes if there are any to come for the Falcons coming up on the other side. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Keep it here.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
And we welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports, mybasin.com, for our continuing coverage of Falcons baseball. Got some changes for the Falcons as Dylan DeYoung comes into the game for Mark Carpenter on the mound. Carpenter off the hill. He'll move over to third base. And Max Price is heading to the bench. His game is over. This is game one of a doubleheader tonight from Kiger Stadium. And right now, the Medford Mustangs lead 4-3. A loss here effectively eliminates the Falcons from postseason contention. Even with the Redmond loss earlier today, have to finish a game of Redmond. And if the score stays as it is, the best you can do potentially is a tie with either Redmond or Grants Pass at this point. And season series losses to each of those teams means that Grants Pass and Redmond have the tiebreaker over the Falcons. So you got to find a way to dig and win this game if you want your season to continue. You have to win out. And it starts with a good outing from Dylan DeYoung in this top of the seventh inning. He'll inherit a runner at first base. That's Easton Curtis, and he's the responsibility of Mark Carpenter. Here's Tristan Wallace to bat now for the Mustangs. Wallace 1 for 3 today. Shows bunt, pulls back to Keeney. The throw down to try to get Curtis is not in time, and Curtis swipes second in the seventh inning. It's an 0-1 count now to Wallace, who singled in the first, flew out in the second, grounded out in the fifth. Pitch coming up from Dylan DeYoung. Off-speed pitch missed down and in, 1-1. Take a look at the season stats for Dylan in just a moment. As he looks in to get the sign from Jacoby Tacchini. Here's the pitch. Curveball and, must have missed slow. 2-1. Looking at at Dylan DeYoung this season. This is his 9th appearance, 6th out of the bullpen. He's pitched 24 2/3 innings with an ERA of just over 5. As he steps off ahead of the 2-1, now back on. DeYoung kicks and fires the 2-1. That one misses in, and actually I think that caught Wallace on back leg. And so he is at first after being hit by the pitch. Here's Jackson Rosenthal. Rosenthal 0 for 2 this ball game. He reached on an error in the first. He struck out in the third, had a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the 5th inning. That scored the 4th run of the game for Medford. That's still the 1-run advantage that they hold, up 4-3, with nobody out in the top of the 7th. If you're curious for the Falcons, who's due up, it's going to be Carpenter, Uloa Ford, and Jacoby Tacchini. Pitch on the way to Rosenthal, taken outside for a ball. 1-0. Off of second is Curtis. Wallace leads off of first. And the 1-0 coming up is in the dirt. And stealing third is Curtis, and they got him. Good throw by Takini to get the lead runner, and Wallace stays at third. So 1 out and 1 runner at first in a 2-0 count, 1 away in the 7th. It's still Rosenthal at the plate. Might have been a missed sign from Curtis. I'm not sure. He broke like he was trying to steal third, stopped, and then ran the rest of the way, gave Takini a nice shot at getting him. That's a strike. The count 2-1 to Jackson Rosenthal. Set is DeYoung, delivers the 2-1. That pitch in the dirt. Takini knocks it down, and the count moves to now the 3 balls and a strike. Middle infield, a double play depth for the Falcons. 3-1 on the way to Rosenthal. It's hit in the air to left. Sims having to go back and makes the catch, fighting the sun in left for the second out. Eli Havey to bat now for the Mustangs. Havey 0 for 3 in this game. Grounded out, struck out twice, although he does have an RBI in the first inning. On the move to second is Wallace. The throw down will not beat him. Wallace swipes second on a pitch that was called a strike to Havey. After Havey in the Medford order, it's Kellen Willer. And the pitch coming up. Off speed in the dirt. And Takini getting dirty, blocking that one. The count 1-1. DeYoung set. And moves home. Hit in the air, out of play behind third, and the count now moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Eli Havey. The pitch. Havey rips one foul down the third base side. And count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second is Wallace, reached after being hit by a pitch earlier this inning. 2 away, and DeYoung said with the 1-2. The pitch is looked at for ball 2 outside. Might have been an off-speed pitch from DeYoung to try to get Havey to chase, but to no avail, and count even. DeYoung with the 2-2. Hit in the air left. It's carrying Sims, racing back, going near the wall, and that one is gone. A 2-run home run for Eli Havey, and the Mustangs lead 6-3. That is Havey's second and third RBIs of this game and gives his team a 3-run advantage. Kellen Willer now bats with the bases empty and 2 away. He's 0 for 3 today with a strikeout, ground out, and a flyout. Willer, a recent graduate of North Medford High School. Here's the pitch from DeYoung. Curveball misses low, the count 1-0. And that wind that blows out to left center field certainly helping that one, that home run from Havey. Now another deep fly ball to left field. Sims makes this catch on the warning track, and that will end the inning. The Mustangs, they scored 2 runs off a 2-run home run from Eli Havey, and they lead 6-3 going to the bottom of the 7th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Falcons trail 3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. They trail 6-3. It's Mark Carpenter, Marcos Ulloa-Ford, and Jacoby Tacchini trying to get a rally started for the Falcons, who stare down the barrel of playoff elimination in this bottom of the 7th inning. Carpenter steps in. He's 0 for 3. He's struck out twice, reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, and came around to score in the 3rd inning. Started the game as the pitcher, now at 3rd base. Here's the pitch from Malari. Carpenter takes strike 1. On the season for Mark, 33 base hits, 22 of those have been singles. And he's got 11 extra base hits. Sends one back up the middle into center field. And that's what the Falcons need with a leadoff single for Mark Carpenter in the 7th. First hit of the day for Carpenter brings up Marcos Ulloa-Ford, who's 1 for 3 today. Reached on an error in the 1st, singled in the 3rd, would come around to score. He also struck out in the 5th. Malari steps off with Carpenter there at 1st. Ulloa-Ford, you know he's got the power, but more than anything, you'd like to have base runners in this 7th inning. Pitch taken outside, 1-0. After Ulloa-Ford in the order, it's Jacoby Tacchini, Colin Tacchini, then Corbin Hamilton. 1-0 on the way to Marcos, taken upstairs for ball 2. Marcos with 6 doubles this season, 3 home runs. The 2-0. Hit in the air in the parking lot behind first base, 2-1. Now, even if Marcos was able to drive one, you still don't get back all the runs you need. That's why you hope just for a base runner, and he's going to deliver a ground ball into right field, back-to-back knocks. The Falcons have the tying run at the plate in Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini 1 for 2 today. He had an RBI single in the 3rd inning, and he grounded out in the 1st. Here we're going to have a meeting on the mound for Medford. Reminding you, this is the first of 2 tonight here at Kiger Stadium. As we near the end of the ball game, once we head off the air for this first game, if you're watching on mybasin.com and you want to stick around for game 2, you just stay right where you are on mybasin.com/Falcons. We'll be with you probably about 7 or 8 minutes before first pitch for the second game tonight. If you're listening on the radio, we'll return you to Fox Sports radio programming for about 20 or so minutes before we're back for game 2. So stick around with us tonight. More Falcons baseball continues tonight, Saturday night, and Monday. is the end of the regular season for the Falcons as the conference on the hills concluded. Jacoby Tacchini bats, representing the tying run in the bottom of the 7th inning. His squad trails 6-3. Carpenter at second, Uloa Ford at first. Pitch to Tacchini, called a strike on the outer third. 0-1. Small lead off a second for Marcos. Carpenter at second, about 4 steps off the bag. Takes a half step back as Malari checks him. Now delivers the 0-1. Tacchini takes in the dirt. Count even, a ball and a strike. After Jacoby Tacchini, it's Colin Tacchini in the order. Malari set. Second baseman Carr trying to hold Carpenter at second, and the pitch home is also in the dirt. Kicks away from Havey for a moment, but nothing doing on the base paths for the Falcons. They'll stay put with Carpenter at second, Uloa Ford at first. It's a 2-1 count. Jacoby already with an RBI single today, hoping to add to it here in a big spot. The 2-1. Tacchini swings and misses a bit late and underneath the fastball. The count even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Malari looking into Havey. Now set. Havey setting up outside for the 2-2. And I believe that's going to be a balk from Malari. He stepped like he was going to deliver home and then stepped to first. And that's going to move Carpenter to third and Uloa Ford to second. And the catcher, Havey, trying to look at his infield. I think he's trying to call everybody in. And seems some confusion coming from the Mustangs in the late going. But they're still in control, up 3. The Falcons do have 2 runners in scoring position in the 7th. And nobody out. Falcons trying to dig for a come-from-behind victory in the late going, something they have not done very much of this year. In fact, they've yet to win a game trailing in the 7th inning. The 2-2. Tacchini looks at ball 3. Close pitch on the outside, and the Mustangs unhappy with it. But a full count to Tacchini with Colin Tacchini on deck. Big pitch on the way, full count from Malari. He kicks, he fires, lifted foul, out of play, and we'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander warming up for Medford. Looks like it's Grady Sickler, the product from Cascade Christian High School. Full count pitch again on the way to Tacchini. He hits it down the right field line, but it bends foul. Tacchini doing a fine job of fighting off pitches in this at-bat, staying alive. Count remains full. Here's Malari set, and the pitch. It's going to miss up high and go to the backstop. No one's going home. Carpenter staying at third. Uloa Ford at second. Tacchini at first. Tying run on base. Here's Colin Tacchini. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Last of the 7th. On deck is Corbin Hamilton. Ball in the gap could tie this ball game. The pitch to Colin. Takes it outside, 1-0. Tacchini, the right-handed bat from Lakeview High School, the lone honker on this team, looking to come up big. The 1-0. Taken outside, 2-0. Back-to-back singles to start this inning for the Falcons. Most recently, a walk to Tacchini. It's Carpenter at third, Uloa Ford at second, and Tacchini at first. The 2-0 to Colin. That one misses upstairs, 3-0. Sickler still getting some warm-up tosses in the Medford bullpen, out there talking with Coach Kevin Schaefer. The 3-0 on the way to Colin Takini. That's taken down Main Street for strike one. Malari with the 3-1. That's hit into center field. That's going to get down in the gap. It's in front of Wallace. One run is going to score. It rolls to the wall. Uloa Ford going to score. They're waving Takini to score. They're going to try to tie this game. The throw is in time. And they gun down Takini trying to tie it. But the Falcons do score two on a 2 RBI double from Colin Takini. And we've got a player down in center field for the Mustangs. Hit the ground hard. Hope everything is okay. We're having coaches go out to visit. And we may take a timeout here at Kiger Stadium. Right now, the Falcons trailing just by 1 after a big base hit from Colin Takini to drive in a pair. But with the Mustang down, we will step aside, and we'll be back in just a moment. You're listening to Falcons Baseball tonight on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Free HD video on mybasin.com. And we will be right back.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
We welcome you back to Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. A Mustangs player being helped off the field, and we'll have some substitutions to get for you in just a moment. It looks like Davis Carr is moving out to left field. Freeman Roundtree is moving over to center. And it looks like we'll have Dominic Daffrin in at second base. The changes for the Mustangs, they saw a player go down on an RBI double from Colin Takini. It trimmed the Mustangs' lead to 1 run. And they have the tying run in scoring position for Corbin Hamilton. So it'll be Hamilton to try and tie the ball game as we get back into the action in the 7th inning. It was a leadoff single for Mark Carpenter, then another single for Marcos Uloa Ford, followed by a walk from Jacoby Takini. Colin Takini shot a double into the right center field gap and scored 2 runs. The Falcons tried to get Takini around from first, but he was not able to score, and so there you have the 1 out in this 7th inning. Falcons trying to hold on and extend this ball game or perhaps walk it off. They need 1 to tie, 2 to win in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Falcons still trying to get some ice to the Mustangs player who's hurt and returned to the dugout. And before we start, we'll have a conference between Malari and actually a pitching change for the Mustangs. They're going to get a new arm into this game, and that means we'll take one more timeout before we get started here in the 7th inning. Again, the Falcons trail the Mustangs. The score is 6-5. Medford in front. We'll be back with more Falcons baseball next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Leave it here.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
New pitcher for the Mustangs. It seems we're finally ready to continue the 7th inning. Grady Sickler is on the mound for the Mustangs, the sophomore-to-be from Cascade Christian High School. He'll go up against Corbin Hamilton with the tying run at second. Hamilton hits one to the air behind first base. Willer moving by the fence and makes a fantastic grab by the fence near first base. It was out of play. He reached over and picked it up for the second out. Fantastic play for the second out this inning. Carson Sims trying to knock in that tying run from second base for the Falcons. Sims is 2 for 3 today and looking for more. Pitch to Sims. Swung on and missed. Looked like Sickler went with the changeup, had Sims out in front. 0-2. Or pardon me, 0-1. 2 outs in this inning. Pitch to Sims. Swung on and missed. Now 0-2, and the Falcons down to their final strike of this ball game. Pitch on the way. That one's in the dirt. Kicks away from Havey, and advancing to third is Colin DeKinney. Tying run at third base now for Sims in a 1-2 count. A base hit will score him. And Ryan Douglas waits on deck with Dylan DeYoung after him. Set is Sickler. The pitch to Sims taken high for ball 2. Carson looking for his third base hit of the day and his 15th of the season. The 2-2 to Sims. Here it is. It's taken in the dirt. Havey does a nice job to stick around for it, and the count is full to Carson Sims. Sims has 7 RBI this season. Sims steps back into the box. The count 3-2. The pitch from Sickler is a ground ball right back to Sickler. He's going to go to first, and that will end the ball game. The Falcons leave the tying run on base, and they fall in game 1 of a doubleheader to Medford 6-5. We'll be back to recap this one for you and get ready for the nightcap on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
All I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever. Wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face. I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Final score in Game 1 from Kiger Stadium as the Falcons drop the opener to Medford 6-5. Final line score for the Mustangs, 6 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. They left 5 runners on base. For the Falcons, 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors. They left 9 runners on base. Winning pitcher for the Mustangs today is going to be Jake Lewis, who worked 4 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned. He walked 4 and struck out 7. Losing pitcher for the Falcons is Mark Carpenter. Pitched 6 innings, gave up 6 hits, 4 runs, though just 2 of them earned. He walked 3 and struck out 7. The save is going to go to Grady Sickler. He pitched 2/3 of an inning and got those 2 outs. All he needed to shore up the save. 1 home run in the contest was a 2-run blast from Eli Havey, helping lift his team to a 6-5 victory in Game 1 against the Falcons. And this mathematically eliminating the Falcons from postseason contention, but still 5 games to go on the season, with one coming up in about 25 minutes. We'll be back with you for Game 2 against the Medford Mustangs here at Kiger Stadium tonight in about 15 or so minutes. If you're watching on mybasin.com, just stay right here. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back. You don't have to move. We're live right here at this very same link on mybasin.com. If you're listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, you can also keep it tuned in. We'll return you to Fox Sports Radio programming and then be back for Falcons baseball, probably just after 8 o'clock on the radio. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thank you for enjoying some Falcons baseball with us this season. We'll be back in just a few. So in the meantime, we'll see you soon from Kiger Stadium. So glad to be with you back for Game 2 at Kiger Stadium between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Medford Mustangs. Nightcap is going to feature Marcos Ulloa Ford on the mound for the Falcons. We'll get to know their starters in just a moment. Falcons unfortunately losing the opener tonight 6-5 for the Mustangs, mathematically eliminating them from postseason contention in the Oregon Legion season, but still plenty to play for. 5 games left on the schedule, and it starts tonight, trying to finish strong against the Medford Mustangs. Falcons 3-12 in league play. The Mustangs 10-5, but the Falcons with their ace on the hill looking to collect a win. We'll be back and introduce you to each of the team's starting lineups in just a few moments as we continue your coverage on this fine Wednesday night from Kiger for Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires. I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
And we're nearing first pitch from Kiger Stadium in the nightcap between the Falcons and the Mustangs. Let's go ahead and meet the starters, and we'll begin with the victors in Game 1. The Medford Mustangs. On the mound for them is going to be the Cascade Christian product, Grady Sickler. Their batting order goes like this. Leading off the designated hitter, Easton Curtis. Freeman Roundtree bats second in center field. Jackson Rosenthal hits third in right field. Eli Havey, the left fielder, bats cleanup. Kellen Willer is at first base batting fifth. Hitting sixth is Davis Carr, the second baseman. Catching is Jimmy Morgan hitting seventh, followed by Caleb Long at third base batting eighth. And Kyle Cope rounds out the Medford order and is at shortstop, batting ninth. The Falcons' batting order, as submitted by Coach Pete Whistler, goes like this. Marcos Ulloa Ford is the starting pitcher, And the batting order, leading off the second baseman, Max Price. Colin Tacchini is at shortstop, batting second. Mark Carpenter, the third baseman, bats third, followed by the pitcher, Marcos Ulloa Ford. Jacoby Tacchini hits fifth and is catching, followed by Corbin Hamilton, the first baseman, batting sixth. Carson Sims bats seventh in left field. Ryan Douglas bats eighth in center field. And Ryan Glidden is in right field, batting ninth. A couple more minutes to go before first pitch today from Kiger Stadium. As we take a look at the weather report, now below 80 degrees, 78. And a wind blowing out towards center field of about 10 or 12 miles an hour here at Kiger Stadium. So glad to be with you, and we're going to take one more break. When we come back, we'll be ready for first pitch. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Back at Kiger Stadium on 104.3 and 960 Sports. HD video tonight on MyBasin.com. Falcons 5 remaining Area 4 games on their schedule as they get ready for the nightcap against the Medford Mustangs. They've got a date on Friday, a non-league contest, and that will be in the Portland area against the Hillsdale Merchants. They'll play on Saturday, moving down the I-5 corridor in Roseburg to take on the Doc Stewarts. Their final 4-game set of the Legion season begins on Saturday, and they'll wrap up the regular season and the year at home on Monday night against those Doc Stewarts. But still trying to get the job done and perhaps split the season series with Medford. Right now, the Mustangs have a 2-1 season series lead. It was a Game 1 victory for the Falcons on Monday afternoon when they won 5-3. They followed it up with a 12-1 loss, and most recently, just about a half hour ago, a 6-5 loss against Medford, where the Falcons stranded the tying run at third base, hoping to come away with a victory in front of their home crowd at Kiger Stadium. Got Coach Whistler wiping off home plate. We are nearly ready for first pitch, so we'll get the scoreboard up on the screen for you, for those of you watching the free live stream on MyBasin.com. Again, just to give you an idea one more time, looking at the schedule, Friday we will not have any broadcasts for the road trip in Portland. We'll resume our coverage on Saturday for the Area 4 doubleheader against Roseburg, and then back on Monday. And then after that, look ahead to football season in the Basin. Henley Hornets on this station on 104.3 and 960 Sports. And on MyBasin.com this fall, continuing our coverage of the game of the week. We'll be traveling to all of our area high schools, Lost River, Klamath Union, Bonanza, Cross Point Christian, Chiloquin, all getting some coverage for our game of the week this year on mybasin.com. Very excited to continue that program that we started in the basketball season during the winter as the Falcons take the field for the nightcap at Kiger. Marcos Ulloa Ford on the mound for Klamath Falls. We'll give you a look at Marcos on the season, committed to pitch for Oregon Tech next season. This summer, this is his 6th start of the year, his 8th appearance overall. He carries a record of 3-1. In 25 2/3 innings pitched, Ulloa Ford has an ERA of 1.64. Been the ace this season for the Falcons, and they're looking to ride his right arm to a victory here in the nightcap. Let's go ahead and meet the defensive starters for the Falcons while we have a moment. The catcher is going to be Jacoby Tacchini with Mark Carpenter at third. Colin Tacchini at short with Max Price at second. Corbin Hamilton is at first base. In the outfield, from left to right for the Falcons, Carson Sims, Ryan Douglas, and Ryan Glidden. Falcons in their blue uniforms with Falcons written across the chest in red with white trim. The Mustangs in their navy blue tops with red digi-camo sleeves. Red text spelling Mustangs across the chest in red with white trim. Ulloa Ford concluding his warm-up tosses. We last saw Marcos on this field. It was against Grants Pass Friday night in that start. We'll pull it up for Marcos. He pitched a complete game, his second complete game of the year. Picked up the win, allowed just 3 runs on 7 hits. He struck out 9. His other complete game was a win against Eugene, and that came off the heels of 6 hits and 2 runs, none earned in that victory. Ulloa Ford has been the starting pitcher in 2 of the 3 Area 4 league wins for the Falcons this season. Dimensions here at Kiger, 325 down left in the right field line. 350 to left and right center, 385 to dead center. And we are ready for baseball as Easton Curtis gets ready to step in for Medford. Curtis in the opener today was 2 for 3, but he reached base every time in his 4 appearances. He singled, walked, reached on an error, then singled again. Pitch on the way from Ulloa Ford, and we are getting started at 8:14. I believe this is the latest start for a nightcap here at Kiger this season. And it's a ball, 1-0 to Curtis. Here's the pitch from Ulloa Ford. The 1-0 is taken high, 2-0. Easton Curtis, Freeman Roundtree, then Jackson Rosenthal to get us started in the top of the first for the Medford Mustangs. 2-0 on the way from Ulloa Ford. That's called a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate. The count now 2-1. Pitch on the way to Curtis. It's taken low. Ulloa Ford falls behind the first batter of the game. 3 balls and a strike. Ulloa Ford doesn't have a typical windup, typically coming out of the stretch. As the 3-1 misses high and in, Curtis aboard on a walk to start this ball game, bringing up Freeman Roundtree. Ulloa Ford, when he has his stuff, is one of the best pitchers in our conference. And when he tends to be wild, we might not see much of him. He had a start against Redmond on July 8th where he was only able to get through 2 2/3 because he gave up 6 walks. It's his season high total in walks. But he's also given up 3 walks against Grants Pass. When he pitched against Medford on June 6th, he worked 3 innings, struck out 2, walked 2, gave up a hit. In his last outing, dominant against Grants Pass, only surrendered one free pass. The 0-1 on the way to Roundtree misses high. The count, a ball and a strike now to Freeman Roundtree, who finished up the last game by going 1 for 3. Bats with a runner at first and nobody out in the top of the first inning. Pitch on the way. On the move to second is Curtis. The throw from Tacchini is going to be wide left. It's going to take Colin Tacchini off the bag, so sliding in safely is Curtis at second. The count, though, a ball and 2 strikes at the plate to Roundtree. After Roundtree, it's Jackson Rosenthal. Pitch from Ulloa Ford, hit foul down the first base side. And the count remains 1-2. Ulloa Ford looking in, getting the sign from Tacchini. Tacchini going to set up outside. The 1-2 from Ulloa Ford. High fastball swung through from Roundtree. First out of the ball game is a strikeout, and here's Jackson Rosenthal. Rosenthal in the opener today was 0 for 3. Reached on an error in the first, struck out in the third. He added a sacrifice fly with an RBI in the fifth, and he flew out in the seventh. 1-0 the count to Rosenthal after he takes the pitch outside. Now Ulloa Ford set with the 1-0. Here it comes. Checks his swing and does so inside. The count now 2-0. Jackson Rosenthal goes to Ashland High School. As a matter of fact, he just graduated from Ashland. The Grizzlies going 14-12 in the prep season on their way to a round 1 loss to Mountain View. 3-1 count now to Rosenthal. Ulloa Ford trying to find the zone. Here's the pitch. And that one does find the inner third of the zone. Down and in against Rosenthal on the fastball. Ulloa Ford trying to battle back into this at-bat with Eli Havey waiting on deck. The pitch is taken for a ball outside and a walk to Rosenthal. Curtis stays at second. Rosenthal aboard at first. And here's Eli Havey. Havey with a big swing of the bat in the 7th inning for Medford earlier today. A 2-run home run gave Medford their 5th and 6th runs of the ball game, proved to be just enough to defeat the Falcons 6-5 in the opener today. He takes ball 1 to start his first at-bat here in the nightcap. Kellen Willer waits on deck for Medford as Havey waits for the 1-0. Here it comes from Ulloa Ford. Checks his swing but called a strike. 1-1. Swing and a miss at the plate. A ball and 2 strikes now to Havey. Decent lead from Curtis off of second. Medford can be creative on the base paths, although here early on, don't expect them to be doing anything out of the ordinary. The 1-2 missed wide, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mustangs tied with Roseburg for second place in the league. A ground ball to second base. Price tosses to Tacchini for 1, trying to get 2, and they do. A 4-6-3 double play to get out of the inning and keep this one scoreless going to the bottom of the first inning. On 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Max Price, Colin Tacchini, Mark Carpenter to lead things off in the bottom of the first inning for the Falcons. Still a scoreless tie against Medford. Grady Sickler on the mound. Grady Sickler on the mound for Medford. And he got the save in the opener today, only had to get 2 outs. And now getting the start as the Medford Mustangs try to keep with the hot hand. They do have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. I believe, let's see, can't quite see who that is out there warming up for Medford, but take a look at Max Price in the opener before he steps in. Price was 1 for 3 in the opener today. No, pardon me, 1 for 4. Singled to lead off the game, then flew out twice and grounded out once. Falcons came up just 1 run short in the opener, 6-5. Trying to find it within themselves to rally back and, again, try to split the season series with Medford. Max Price takes strike 1 right over the middle. Count 0-1. Price started the first game today at third base. He was substituted out when Mark Carpenter was done on the mound. Today he starts at second base in the nightcap. It's a 1-1 count to Price. Hits one in the air to short, and Cope in a few steps to make the catch for the first out. Let's go ahead and meet the defensive starters for Medford. Jimmy Morgan is behind the dish with Caleb Long at third. It's Kyle Cope at short, Davis Carr at second, and Kellen Willer at first. Eli Havey in left, Freeman Roundtree in center, and Jackson Rosenthal in right. Colin Tacchini batting now for the Falcons. First pitch on the way to Colin is in the dirt, ball 1. Colin had a big-time base hit in the 7th inning of the opener today. A 2 RBI double brought his team within 1. And then the Falcons would leave him stranded at third base to end the game. He represented the tying run. 1-0 on the way to Tacchini is taken for an outside strike. It's a fastball, painted the black, and it's a 1-1 count. After Tacchini, it's Mark Carpenter in the Falcons order. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Checks his swing, but called strike 2. Pitch in a very similar spot to the first fastball that was called a strike. Now Tacchini gonna have to get defensive. He puts together good at-bats in these spots. Here's the 1-2. Fouled off, he'll stay alive. Another at-bat worth mentioning for Colin. In a similar kind of spot to this, he fell behind in a count 0-2. Worked back to a walk in that inning. So he doesn't feel any pressure in a 2-strike count. 1-2 on the way. Ground ball back up the middle. The second baseman Carr moves over, up with it, throw to first in time, and that is the second out in the first inning. Mark Carpenter batting now for the Falcons. Carpenter, the starting pitcher in Game 1, was handed the loss after 6 innings of work. At the plate in Game 1, Mark was 1 for 4. Struck out twice, reached on a fielder's choice once, and singled once. Here sends a bouncing ball out to short. Cope throws to first in time. Willer a nice stretch to record the out. And the Falcons down in order in the first inning. We go to the second, still scoreless between the Falcons and the Mustangs on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Yeah, I agree. We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports. MyBasin.com. Top of the second inning, still scoreless in the nightcap between the Mustangs and the Falcons. Kellen Willer, Davis Carr, and Jimmy Morgan. That's 5, 6, 7 in the Medford order, due up in the top of the second. Willer in the opener today was 0 for 4, but he left his mark on defense. Made a couple of nice catches in foul territory, namely in the 7th inning, moving over towards the fence and reaching over to take a ball that was out of play and make the catch for the out that stifled the Falcons' rally in the 7th inning. Here he swings and misses at strike 1, and Ulloa Ford set once more. The pitch. That one misses inside. Count even at 1. Pitch to Willer, the 1-1, taken upstairs for a ball, 2-1. Willer goes to North Medford High School. Just graduated in 2024. The 2-1, swung on and missed, chased a high fastball there. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Willer. Appreciate everybody making tonight's broadcast a part of your Wednesday evening, wherever you might be listening in the state. 2-2 is lifted into foul territory, out of play. Count remains 2-2. All right, Ulloa Ford back on the rubber with the 2-2. Here it comes, and swings and misses in the dirt. Takini having to throw to first on the drop third strike, does so successfully. And that's the second strikeout of the night for Ulloa Ford. It's the first out in the second inning, and it brings up Davis Carr. Davis Carr 0 for 2 in the opener tonight, a flyout and a strikeout, but he walked in the 6th inning, so he did get on base. Pitch is taken high for a ball, 1-0. This one's hit in the air, left field, out of play, foul. In fact, looking back at the score sheet for Game 1 for Medford, everybody reached base at least once, whether by walk or base hit, except for Kellen Willer, who we just saw strike out. 1-1 pitch on the way to Carr. That one misses high and away, 2-1. Carpenter playing in on the cut of the grass in the infield, the third baseman. Everybody else playing straight away. Carr, the left-handed hitter, awaits the 2-1. The pitch. That one misses outside as well. 3-1. After Carr, it's Jimmy Morgan. (3-1) misses outside, and a one-out base runner for the Mustangs is going to be Davis Carr, reaching on a walk. Here's Jimmy Morgan, now the only Mustang who attended Crater High School in Central Point. Graduated in 2024. A new addition to the lineup in this game. He'll be catching. Morgan steps in and awaits the first pitch from Ulloa Ford. He's showing bunt, pulls back in time on a pitch that missed high. 1-0 the count to Morgan with Caleb Long on deck for the Mustangs. Takini delivers the sign to Ulloa Ford. And the pitch is called a strike. The count even at 1. Morgan looking down to the third base coach, getting the sign. Uloa Ford set with the 1-1 pitch. Here it comes. It's a high fastball that's fouled off. And the count, a ball and 2 strikes now to Jimmy Morgan. Morgan also missed the opener in Medford on Monday, played the nightcap, and was 0 for 2. Was hit by a pitch, reached on an error, and struck out in that game. 1-2 count to him now. The pitch on the way from Uloa Ford is going to get away from Takini. A wild pitch advances Carr. And the count moves now to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner in scoring position and 1 away for Medford in the top of the second inning. RBI opportunity for Morgan. Uloa Ford's going to step off, and we've got Coach Connor coming out to have a visit with Marcos. Tonight's broadcast on mybasin.com, brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. Having the right set of tires and wheels on your vehicle is just part of an essential safety checklist. That's why Les Schwab does more than install just tires and wheels. Come on in for a free pre-trip safety check. They're going to make sure that everything's in working order at Les Schwab Tires. 3 locations here in the Basin, South 6th Street, Washburn Way, and on your way to Merrill. Les Schwab Tires has been doing the right thing since 1952. All right, conference on the mound is over. Coach Connor back to the dugout. It's a 2-2 count to Jimmy Morgan with a runner on second and 1 out. That pitch also in the dirt. Another wild pitch for Uloa. Ford is going to advance Carr to third. Now with 1 out, it's a 3-2 count to Jimmy Morgan. The Mustangs are still searching for their first base hit, but Uloa Ford has given up 3 walks and now 190 feet away from scoring. The 3-2. That one's in the dirt as well. Gets away from Takini. Another pitch in the dirt from Uloa Ford is going to allow Carr to score. Morgan on board with a walk, and the Mustangs now lead 1-0. Caleb Long batting now for Medford. In the opener today, Long was 0 for 2, but he did walk and reach first. He flew out and struck out in his other 2 at-bats. The pitch is low, and a 1-0 count. Mustangs on the board. Carr walked and scored after 3 wild pitches. This time a bunt laid down the third base line, and it rolls foul. And a 1-1 count to the third baseman for Medford, Caleb Long. Kyle Cope waits on deck. Jimmy Morgan aboard at first. He walked a moment ago. Middle infield ready to turn 2. That's how the Falcons escaped the first inning on a 4-6-3 double play. Looking for another one here. Another pitch in the dirt. Count 2-1. That pitch also low. The count now 3-1. Uloa Ford trying to escape another situation where a free pass is looking like it may happen to Long. That pitch, it misses inside. 3 consecutive walks in the second inning. DeMarcos Uloa Ford moves Jimmy Morgan to second and Caleb Long aboard at first. 5th total walk for Marcos this game, and here's Kyle Cope. Cope hits one in the sky, shallow center. Moving back is the second baseman Price. He'll make the catch for the second out. Back to the top of the order for Medford, it's Easton Curtis, who's without an at-bat in this game. He walked in the first inning and was left stranded. Uloa Ford trying to find a way out of this inning. 1 run's come across and 2 more on the base paths. At second base, it's Morgan long at first, and the pitch to Curtis in the dirt. Takini blocks that one, and the count 1-0. After Curtis in the order, it's Freeman Roundtree. The pitch from Uloa Ford is going to get past the diving glove of Takini and into left field. They're waving Morgan around to score. He will be the only one. And an RBI single for Easton Curtis is the first base hit of the day for Medford. They now lead 2-0. Runners remain at first and second, long to second. Curtis at first, and Morgan was around to score. Here's Freeman Roundtree, 0 for 1, a strikeout in his first at-bat in the first inning. Uloa Ford set, and the pitch. That one in the dirt, gets away from Takini for a moment, throw down to third, and the tag applied, and they got Long trying to get to third. That'll end the inning. 2 runs on 1 base hit for Medford, and they'll leave 1 stranded. They lead 2-0 going to the bottom of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So it's right here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Bottom of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Marcos Uloa Ford, Kobe Takini, and Corbin Hamilton. It's a 2-0 ball game. Uloa Ford in the opener tonight. Take a look at his line score after the first pitch. Grounds one over to second base. Carr plays it on a couple of hops, throw to first in time. We'll take a look at Marcos next time. His 1 pitch and 1 away in the second brings up Jacoby Takini. Jacoby Takini batting now for the Falcons. Takini, for the season, is batting .200 on the year. Pitch on the way from Sickler. Bouncing ball toward short. Cope throws to first. That is in time. 2 pitches and 2 outs in the second inning. And here comes Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton this season is batting .158. 11 of his 12 hits this season have been singles. The pitch is called a strike. 0-1. Hamilton taking a pitch there, I think, just to try to make Sickler work a bit after 2 quick outs to start the inning. Pitch on the way. That one in the dirt. The count, a ball and a strike to Corbin Hamilton with Carson Sims on deck. The 1-1. Curveball misses high and in. Might not have been a curveball, but certainly an off-speed pitch to Hamilton there. Missed high and tight. The count now 2 balls and a strike. Here's Sickler. He's working quickly out there. Fires in a fastball past Hamilton. Count even now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sickler's not wasting any time, already into his pitching motion here with the 2-2. And that one misses outside, 3-2. Hamilton trying to be patient, and he will take ball 4. A very close pitch. Might have been low. Tough to get that perspective from where I sit in the press box at Kiger, but a 2-out walk gets Hamilton on first for Carson Sims. Sims on the season is batting .255. Carson in the opener was 2 for 3. Pardon me, he was 2 for 4. A couple of singles, fly out and a ground out. Here he pops one up in the infield. It's going to be the third baseman Long to call everybody off and make the catch to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 runner left for the Falcons. We'll go to the third with Medford Mustangs leading the Klamath Falls Falcons 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Freeman Roundtree, Jackson Rosenthal, and Eli Havey leading off the inning for the Medford Mustangs. In the top of the third inning, they find themselves up 2-0 over the Klamath Falls Falcons. Marcos Ulloa Ford getting into his third inning of work in the start as Roundtree steps in. The pitch. Ooh, that one hit Roundtree up by the shoulder, and he's going to be on first in the third inning. Jackson Rosenthal to bat now for the Mustangs. Rosenthal walked and was left stranded in the first inning. And here we go. The lefty steps in. The pitch to Rosenthal. Runner on the move from first is Roundtree. The throw to second is in time. Nice throw by Jacoby Tacchini to gun down the runner Roundtree. There's one away in the third, and that was a called strike to Rosenthal, and 0-1 in the count. For Jacoby Tacchini, that was the 6th runner he's caught stealing this year. That pulls him into a tie with the other 2 main catchers on this team, P.J. Safford and Connor Shively. Shively out for the season, we learned today. Wishing Connor a speedy recovery. Ball and 2 strikes now the count to Jackson Rosenthal with 1 away in the third. Ulloa Ford set with the 1-2. And here comes the pitch. Bounced out towards second base. Charging in is Price. Throw to first in time. And that's the second out in the third inning. Here's Eli Havey stepping in now for the Mustangs. He grounded into a 4-6-3 double play to end the first inning. Havey went to Columbia Basin Community College, where his team went 34-19 and lost in the NWAC Super Regional. Here he pops one up, could be playable behind first, and Hamilton just runs out of room over there, and it's strike one, a foul ball. After Havey in the order, it's Kellen Willer. The 0-1 is taken low. The count now a ball and a strike to Eli Havey. Elo forward, set, and the pitch is taken for a strike. Count now a ball and 2 strikes to Eli Havey. Elo forward trying to make this a quick inning. 1-2. Check swing. No, he did not go around on the breaking pitch outside. A good job to lay off that one from Eli Havey. The count now 2 balls and 2 strikes to the left fielder for Medford. The pitch is popped up towards first. It's going to be Uloa Ford who calls off Hamilton to make the catch and end the inning. The Mustangs go down in order. No runs, no hits, no left, and we go to the bottom of the third with the Mustangs up 2-0 over Klamath Falls on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Bottom of the third inning, and the Falcons trail the Mustangs 2-0. Ryan Douglas, Ryan Glidden, and Max Price to bat this inning for the Falcons. That's 8-9-1 in the order against Grady Sickler. Mustangs have had a righty out near the bullpen for a while staying warm. But Sickler throwing well through the first 2 innings. Here he starts out with ball 1 to Ryan Douglas. Douglas on the season for the Falcons is batting .167, fouls off that pitch, count even now at a ball and a strike. Pitch on the way from Sickler. Douglas late on that pitch, now 1-2. Douglas still searching for his first base hit in the month of July. The pitch is called strike 3. He won't get it here. Goes down looking to begin the third inning. Now here's Ryan Glidden to bat with 1 away and the base is empty. Glidden batting .209 this season. Ryan was a substitution in the opener today as he takes ball 1 high. He came in and pinch ran for P.J. Safford, remained in the game. He got 1 at-bat, but it was a strikeout. 1-0 the count to Glidden. Fouls back that pitch. Now the count 1-1. After Glidden, top of the lineup for the Falcons, it's Max Price. Pitch from Sickler to Glidden. 1-1 offered up at and missed. Glidden underneath the elevated fastball, maybe a touch late as well. The count 1-2 to Glidden. Sickler from the windup. The pitch, same location, same spot, high fastball, Glidden underneath it. And that is strike 3 for the second out in the third inning. Max Price batting now for the Falcons. He's 0 for 1 in this game. He flew out to shortstop to begin the contest. Pitch from Sickler on the way. That's taken for a strike over the middle of the plate for an 0-1 count. After Price, it's Colin Tacchini in the Falcons' order. Here's the 0-1. And another pitch taken, although this one low. Count even, a ball and a strike to Max. Price is second on this team in batting average, batting .365 entering play in this game. It's a liner to right field, but Rosenthal over a couple of steps to make the catch and end the inning. Falcons down in order in the third. Will go to the fourth with Medford up 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
It'll be Kellen Willer, Davis Carr, and Jimmy Morgan to up this half inning for the Mustangs. But before we get there, let's take a look at the line score for each of these teams. So far for Medford, up 2-0. They've got 2 runs on 1 hit, no error, and 1 runner left. For the Falcons, no runs, no hits, no errors. They've also left 1 runner on base. First pitch to Willer is taken outside for a ball. So get the scoreboard back up for you on mybasin.com, watching our free HD live stream tonight. Appreciate you. 2-0 the count now to Willer. Willer 0 for 1. He struck out in the second inning. It's the only Mustang not to reach base today as he rips one foul to left. Count 2-1. Willer was 0 for 4 in the first game, 0 for 1 today. Uloa Ford set with the 2-1. Here it comes. Pitch inside in near the hands of Willer on the fastball. Count moves now to 3 balls and a strike. Pitch on its way from Uloa Ford. He kicks and fires in ball 4. Pitch that missed outside. Takini has to go chase for it, but Willer's just going to take first base and nothing more. A leadoff walk for Medford in the 4th, and here's Davis Carr. Carr walked and scored in the second inning. See if the Mustangs opt for a bit of small ball here with a runner on first and nobody out. It's sort of what they're known for around our league. Pitch misses outside. It's been the same coaching staff in Medford for a number of years, and even with Nate Mabin stepping away from the head coaching position and letting John King inherit the program, his fingerprint's still all over this ball club. He's still the general manager after all. Medford's been playing small ball for a lot of years. 1-0 pitch on the way to Davis Carr. It's taken for a strike, 1-1. I think back to the 2016 state championship game against Grants Pass. And the Nuggets were leading that game in the late going. The Medford Mustangs broke out the small ball and wound up walking off the Nuggets to win the 2016 state title. The 1-1 is going to miss low, 2-1. Speaking of Mustangs of the past, just saw today that former Mustang Bennett Thompson was drafted in the Major League Baseball draft yesterday. So congratulations to him. 2-1, and showing bunt is Davis Carr, lays it down in front of Uloa Ford, who will go to first for the out. Willer advances to second, and 1 away now in the inning. Other Area 4 guys went in this last year's MLB draft. Bryce Betcher, the Oregon Ducks, formerly of the Eugene Challengers, Was selected, I believe, in the 7th round of the draft. Played football and baseball for the Oregon Ducks. He got picked just yesterday. An 0-1 count now to Jimmy Morgan. He swung through the first pitch. Bats with a runner at second and 1 out. The pitch to Morgan is hit in the air, center field. Ryan Douglas running back, going back, making the catch. Tagging from second to go to third is Willer. He will get in standing. Now 2 away and a runner at third. And here's Caleb Long. Caleb Long without an at-bat today. Long walked in the second inning of this contest. Ulloa Ford having to go out of the stretch. In the first game, Long was 0 for 2 with a walk. Pitch on the way. Long takes strike 1. Here, the pop of the glove, when Ulloa Ford can find it, really brings the velocity. And an 0-1 on its way to Long. That's another fastball. That one dipped below the zone. The count even now, a ball and a strike to Long with Kyle Cope on deck for Medford. Pitch on the way. That one, a slider, started in on the hands, broke back over the plate, but just missed high. Not the kind of pitch you want to leave hanging up there if you're Ulloa Ford. It's a 2-1 count. The pitch is swung on and missed, maybe fouled off, more accurate. Long did get a piece of it to even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 on the way from Ulloa Ford. Check swing in the dirt. Held up in time, and Takini kept it in front of him. Count is full. Runner at third, and the Mustangs lead 2-0 in the top of the 4th inning. Ulloa Ford, the pitch to Long. Here it is. It is going to miss outside. And a walk delivered to Long brings up Kyle Cope. 7th walk surrendered by Ulloa Ford. That tops his season high. And that also moves him into position with the most walks surrendered on this Falcons pitching staff. His 21st walk surrendered on the season. First pitch to Kyle Cope. That one's in. It's in there for a strike. Okay. That was right over the outer third. Delayed strike call by our home plate umpire, but it is in there. An 0-1 count to Kyle Cope, who's 0 for 1 in the game, popped out to second base in the second inning. Hits a line drive to left field. Sims going back. That is over his head and off the wall. Willer is going to score. Long is rounding third trying to score, and he will. A 2 RBI double for Kyle Cope gives Medford a 4-0 lead. Now back to the top of the order for the Mustangs. It will bring up Easton Curtis. Curtis 1 for 1 in this ball game. He walked in the first and singled in the second. Runner in scoring position, 2 outs. The pitch is hit to center. Douglas having to move towards the right field gap, and he will drop the ball in center field after it hit his glove. And a run will score on the error in center field. And we've got time. It's going to bring up Freeman Roundtree, and 5-0. Medford leads in the 4th. Here's Freeman Roundtree, 0 for 1. He was also hit by a pitch, along with striking out in the first inning. That pitch is going to miss low and away, 1-0. It's that error for Douglas in center. He was moving into the right field gap. He got to the spot on the run, but it seemed like it just fell out of his glove. 1-0 in there for a strike, 1-1. After Roundtree in the order, it's Jackson Rosenthal. The 1-1. Check swing called a strike, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 from Ulloa Ford. That's going to miss high. 2-2. Marcos trying to get out of this inning. Since 2 outs had been recorded, he's walked, surrendered a double, and an error in center field has prolonged this inning. Here's a ground ball to short. Colin Tacchini with a strong throw to Hamilton to end the inning, but the Mustangs add 3 in the inning. Just 1 base hit required. It was a 2 RBI double for Kyle Cope to extend the Medford lead, now up 5-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires. I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Bottom of the 4th inning, and it's Colin Tacchini, Mark Carpenter, and Marcos Ulloa Ford going to try to trim this lead. Falcons find themselves down 5-0 against the Medford Mustangs in the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch missed high and in to Colin Tacchini, who's 0 for 1 in this game. He grounded out in the 1st inning. Second pitch fouled back. Count even. A ball and a strike to Colin Tacchini. Colin 8th on the team in hitting, batting .241. 1-1. Taken for a strike. Looked like a slider from Sickler. That pitch has been working tonight. Found the outside corner. The count now 1-2 to Tacchini. Colin will take ball 2 high. Count even again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tacchini, a good 2-strike approach. Trying to work this at bat, stay alive a bit, maybe get on base. The 2-2 offered up at and missed. Late on the fastball. He might have got a piece of it, fouled it back into the glove of Morgan. Regardless, strikeout and 1 away in the 1st brings up Mark Carpenter. Carpenter 0 for 1 in this contest, grounded out to short in the 1st inning. Leads the team in hits. Has 34 knocks this season. 11 of them have gone for extra bases. Pitch misses upstairs to Carpenter, 1-0. After Mark in the order, it's Marcos Ulloa Ford. Pitch on the way. The 1-0 is going to miss high. Count now 2-0. Pitch on the way to Carpenter is an off-speed pitch that missed inside. Count now 3-0 to Carpenter. Thought we might have seen P.J. Safford getting warm in the Falcons bullpen. Don't see him out there anymore as Carpenter takes strike 1. Carpenter waves and misses, and the 3-1 count. Now the count's full, 3-2. Mark trying to avoid the punch out here after being up in the count 3-0. The pitch is going to miss down and away. Carpenter aboard with a walk. Falcons' first base runner since the 2nd inning. And only their 2nd base runner all day. This brings up Marcos Ulloa Ford. One out and a runner on first for Marcos. He's 0 for 1 in this game. But on the season, bats .338. Pitch coming up. Ulloa Ford takes one down and away, 1-0. Couple step lead off of first for Carpenter. Moves over to first. Carpenter back up standing. Ulloa Ford ahead in the count, 1-0, and Sickler set. The pitch is going to miss outside again. The slider not there for Sickler on that pitch. It's a 2-0 count, and we've got time. As Medford goes to meet with Sickler on the hill. Want to remind you that tonight's broadcast on mybasin.com brought to you by Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru. Stop by and say hi. Location on Washburn Way. Quick meeting over on the mound. It'll be a 2-0 count to Marcos Ulloa Ford. Jacoby Tacchini on deck for the Falcons in this bottom of the fourth inning, and Medford up 5-0. The 2-0. That one finds the zone. A nice job by Morgan behind the plate to frame that one up nicely. Looked like it might have been a little off the plate, but just a little shift of his wrist. Good enough to buy a strike for his pitcher. The 2-1. Ulloa Ford hits a line drive to right center field, and did he catch it? It looks like it dropped down out of his glove. Rosenthal dove for it. It must have bounced off his glove. A fantastic effort in right, but that'll be the Falcons' first base hit of the ball game, moving Carpenter into scoring position and Ulloa Ford at first. Here's Jacoby Tacchini, 0 for 1 in this game. Grounded out to short in the second inning. Sickler set. And here comes the pitch. That's going to miss inside. And it's a 1-0 count to Jacoby Tacchini with Corbin Hamilton waiting on deck. Sickler set. Checks all the runners and delivers home. Pitch called a strike. Another fine job by Morgan. Moving that one around once he catches it to get another strike for Sickler. Ulloa Ford, decent lead off of first with nobody holding. That pitch misses high to Tacchini, 2-1. Sickler looking in, gathering the sign from Morgan. Morgan is going to set up a touch outside. The pitch is hit foul. And the count now even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ulloa Ford at first, Carpenter at second, 1 away in the bottom of the fourth inning, and the Falcons trail the Mustangs 5-0. Sickler is going to step off before coming set with the 2-2 pitch. Maybe him and Morgan not on the same page ahead of this pitch. But now back on the rubber. Here's the 2-2. Tacchini, ground ball down the first base line is fair. That's going to roll down the right field line. They're going to wave around Carpenter to score. Ulloa Ford is trying to dig for home as well. He took a big turn, but he's heading back to third. And an RBI single for Jacoby Tacchini makes this a 5-1 ball game. Medford trying to find out where that ball was fair. Frankly, from my point of view, it looked foul, but the home plate umpire says that it bounced over first base in fair territory and then went foul. So that's a fair ball. And an RBI single for Tacchini brings up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton walked in his first plate appearance tonight. Here takes ball 1 low, 1-0. Uloa Ford at third. And meeting at first base between the pitcher Sickler and Willer. And now we're ready to go. Hamilton ahead, 1-0 in the count. Here's the pitch. Taken for a strike. Nice find on the outside corner for Sickler, 1-1. Like I said, Uloa Ford at third, Takini at first after the RBI single to get the Falcons on the board in this ball game. Still just one away. After Hamilton, it's Carson Sims in the order. Again, Sickler's going to step off. Sickler has dictated the pace in this game for Medford, whether he wants to go fast or slow. He's been really able to do whatever he wants to on the hill. The Falcons haven't made him get out of his rhythm or really worry him too bad. Now, he does have a 4-run advantage. That certainly helps. But the Falcons have to find a way to make Sickler uncomfortable. Here's the 2-1. That pitch is hit high in the sky behind first base. Willer will make the catch for the second out. Now Carson Sims to bat with 2 outs and runners at the corners. Sims hit a high fly ball in the infield in his first at-bat. That was caught by the third baseman Long, but the location of the fly ball was pretty much right on top of the pitcher's mound. All right, here's the first pitch to Sims. He swings and misses at a high fastball. Count 0-1. Sims bats .255 on the season, 3 extra base hits for him and 7 RBI. Takini at first, so a ball in the gap might not necessarily score him, but you do have that runner at third and Uloa Ford trying to just get back into this ball game. Right now trailing by 4, a score of 5-1 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Pitch to Sims is taken outside for a ball. Sims ahead in the count, now 2 balls and a strike. Ryan Douglas on deck for the Falcons if this inning continues and Sims gets on base. The pitch is called a strike. That one low and away, but in the zone. Count 2-2 now to Sims. P.J. Safford looks ready to enter the game next instead of Ryan Douglas if it gets there, which means Safford likely going to enter on the mound in the next half inning. That would be my educated guess. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Carson Sims right now. The pitch is in the dirt and the count runs full. 3-2 count. Jacoby Takini at first, going to be on the move. He'll get a head start, which means ball in the gap could potentially score him now. 3-2. And it's on its way to Sims. He'll take ball 4 high and away, and the bases are loaded for P.J. Safford. Takini to second. Uloa Ford stays put at third, and hitting for Ryan Douglas is P.J. Safford. Safford carrying a 9-game hitting streak into this at-bat. And a big spot. A couple of runners in scoring position. The bases are loaded. His team down by 4. You could tie the game with 1 swing of the bat, but even just shooting something into the outfield scores a couple. And Sims, don't discount the wheels at first. The pitch is fouled off. And the count 0-1 to P.J. Safford. Safford in the opener today was 1 for 2. Swings and misses at a pitch well out of the zone. 0-2 now the count to PJ. Safford bats .250 on the season. As a team, these Falcons hit .254. 0-2 on its way to PJ. Out of the windup, Sickler, the pitch is called a ball outside. Good take there by PJ. A borderline pitch, called a ball. After Safford, if the inning continues, it's Ryan Glidden. The pitch to PJ is down low. Misses below the knees. A nice pitch there by Sickler and a better take by Safford. 2-2. Sickler shakes off Morgan on the first option. Now goes with the 2-2, fouled back into the glove of the catcher, Morgan. That's strike 3. And that will end the inning. The Falcons score 1. On 1 base hit in the inning, they leave the bases loaded. They trail 5-1 as we go to the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Some changes for the Falcons in the top of the 5th inning. First, new pitcher, PJ Safford. We'll take a look at the numbers for PJ in just a moment, but first we'll get you the rest of the changes. The pitcher, former pitcher, Marcos Ulloa Ford, has moved over to third base. Mark Carpenter, former third baseman, now at short. And Max Price, who was at second, has moved into center field. And Colin Tacchini has moved over to second base. Look at the numbers for Safford on the season. This is his 10th appearance, 9th out of the bullpen. Carries a 1-2 record, 17 1/3 innings pitched for Safford, an ERA of 6.86. He'll have to go up against the middle of this Medford order. That's Jackson Rosenthal, Eli Havey, and Kellen Willer. His team trails 5-1. Let's go ahead and get you the final line score on Marcos Ulloa Ford, who was the starter in this game for the Falcons. Ulloa Ford pitched 4 innings, gave up 2 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He walked 7 batters and struck out 2. All right, Jackson Rosenthal getting ready to step in for Medford. Rosenthal in this contest is 0 for 1. He walked and grounded out so far in the ball game. Safford ready to go out of the windup. Gets the sign from Tacchini. And here he comes. First pitch for PJ of this ball game is a curveball that dips below the zone. 1-0. Safford out of Klamath Union High School. So the 1-0 pitch is taken for a strike, 1-1. Take another look at the numbers for PJ, as that's called a strike. It's a 1-2 count. Last saw PJ in Redmond where he pitched 3 1/3 against the Generals. That was actually a game here against the Generals. He gave up 10 hits, 9 runs, 5 earned in that outing, but if you were there for that game, PJ was kind of left on an island on the mound out there and wound up giving up a fair share of hits. A line drive to center field will get down in front of Max Price. Leadoff single for Jackson Rosenthal with nobody out in the 5th inning. It's the 3rd hit of the day for Medford, and here's Eli Havey. Safford's one start of the season came against Eugene. That was the previous time we saw him, back on July 1st. Pitched 3 innings against the Challengers, gave up 7 hits, 7 runs, and struck out 3. Pitch from Safford is fouled off. Count 0-1 to Eli Havey, who's 0 for 2 in this game. Grounded into a double play in the 1st and popped out in the 3rd. Safford working out of the stretch. Comes set. Here's the 0-1. That one's in the dirt. On the move to second is Rosenthal, and he is in there safely. Takini came up with the pitch and bobbled it on the transfer and eliminated the possibility of trying to get the base runner. Rosenthal in its second scoring position, nobody out. Havey a chance to try to build upon his team's lead. They're up 5-1. Pitch is taken in the dirt, and Takini that time keeps it in front of him, so no runners on the move. It's a 2-1 count, though, to Eli Havey. Season continues for the Falcons on Friday, where they'll be in Portland taking on the Hillsdale Merchants. 2-1 coming up to Havey. The pitch from Safford. That one is going to miss inside, count 3-1. No broadcast for you on Friday. Our next broadcast will be Saturday evening in Roseburg as the Falcons resume Area 4 league play against the Doc Stewarts. The 3-1 home. That one in the dirt, and a walk surrendered to Havey puts 2 on with nobody out for Kellen Willer. Willer 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the 2nd. And walked and scored in the 4th. Season ends for the Falcons on Monday next week when they host the Doc Stewarts. Falcons set. PJ delivers and showing bunt on the curveball. Willer pulls back in time, must have missed high. They count 1-0. Infield ready to turn 2 with nobody out, but a bunt laid down. Ulloa Ford charging in. He'll throw to first and reaching base safely. That'll be a base hit. Oh, an error. E5 on the play as Willer reaches safely. Rosenthal to third, Havey to second, and that brings up Davis Carr with the bases loaded. Davis Carr walked in the 2nd. It came around to score, also grounded out in the 4th inning. The lefty takes a pitch high and tight for ball 1. Rosenthal reached on a single. Eli Havey walked. Willer laid down a sacrifice bunt, safe on the air. That's how the bases are loaded for Medford. This a foul ball, straight back to us. Without this net, that would have taken my hat off, but it's a 1-1 count. After Carr in the order, it's Jimmy Morgan. Safford collects himself, set now for the 1-1 pitch. That one is bounced right back to him. He's going to go home for 1 and back to first for 2. The old 1-2-3 double play, and now there's 2 outs and 2 runners in scoring position for the Mustangs. Second double play turned for the Falcons this game. And here's Jimmy Morgan. Safford set, and the pitch to Morgan is taken for a ball outside. Nice job by P.J. Safford to decide to go home with it, get the lead runner for sure, and a fine job by Tacchini on that double play to have the awareness thrown down to first. The 1-0 on the way from Safford is fouled back, and the count even at 1. Morgan walked and scored in the second inning, and then he flew out in the fourth. Here in the fifth, in a 1-1 count, the pitch from Safford is going to miss outside, 2-1. Maybe a touch high against Morgan, too. Regardless, outside the zone, the count 2-1. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Tacchini keeps it in front of him, and the count moves now to 3-1. Top of the fifth inning, and the Medford Mustangs lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 5-1. Caleb Long on deck for Medford. Pitch coming up. That one in the zone. A nice find on the inner third for Safford, coming in with the fastball to run the count full. First base is open. But you'd like to get this guy for Safford. 3-2. He comes set. Gets the sign from Tacchini and delivers. Swung on and missed, and Safford out of the inning without allowing a run. A fine job there to retire the side on the strikeout, going to the bottom of the fifth inning. And Medford leads 5-1. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and the Falcons trail the Mustangs 5-1. Due up in the bottom of the fifth for Klamath Falls is Ryan Glidden, Max Price, then Colin Tacchini. Glidden 0 for 1 in this contest with a strikeout in the third inning. Still Grady Sickler doing a fine job on the mound in this game for Medford into his fifth inning of this start. Pitch on the way from Sickler. Taken for a ball. I think it missed low against Glidden, 1-0. More action in the Medford bullpen. Looks like a left-hander. It's a 1-1 count to Glidden. Pitch is swung on and missed. Sickler turning up the heat for that pitch. And it's the pitch that Glidden had struck out on in his first at-bat, that high fastball. We'll see if Sickler goes there again against Glidden. Here's the 1-2. Pitch on its way. That time Glidden got a piece of it, fouled it off. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. 1-2. Here it comes. That one's taken outside. Sickler trying to go with the breaking pitch, but Glidden wisely laying off. Count 2-2. And that pitch misses outside as well. Glidden working a full count here. 3-2 to lead off the fifth inning. Sickler delivers. That pitch misses upstairs, and Glidden aboard with a leadoff walk. And back to the top of the order for the Falcons. It's Max Price. Price 0 for 2 in this contest. He flew out to shortstop and flew out to right field in his first 2 at-bats. Nobody out. Runner at first is Glidden. Here's the pitch. It's taken low for a ball. 1-0. Corner in for Medford. Long protecting bunt against Price. He has some speed, and the Falcons need base runners. That's a pitch that misses below the knees, and the count 2-0 to Price. After Price in the Falcons order, it's Colin Takini. Lead off a first for Glidden. Nothing much to speak of. And the pitch from Sickler, that one misses low as well. And a 3-0 count. Max Price. Now, the Mustangs have had a couple guys warming up in the pen tonight. They had a right-hander. They've got a left-hander throwing now. And Sickler working up the pitch count a little bit now. The count, well, according to our scoreboard, is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Price. That's what we'll change it to. Pitch on its way to Price as Sickler comes set, and the delivery taken outside, and now the count runs full, 3-2. Sickler having to dig, trying to find an out in this fifth inning. He'll step off before the full count pitch. This will be the 77th pitch for Sickler, and it comes in the bottom of the fifth inning. Sickler set and delivers. That one is going to miss outside, a close pitch, but Price, nice job to lay off it and get aboard. Back-to-back walks to begin the inning, and that brings up Colin Takini. Provided a nice spark in the opener tonight, shot a double to the right center field gap to bring the Falcons within 1 in the 7th inning. And then he was left stranded as the tying run at third base. Hoping to put a jolt into this one with some speed on first. Hoping to maybe with an extra base hit collect a couple runs. Here's the first pitch to Keeney. He's instead going to show bunt and take it for strike 1. Falcons, as we move into the second half and later parts of this ball game, with the bunt from Takini here, seems they're content to play for 1 run, but down by 4. I'd like to see Collins swing the bat. Here's the 0-1 on its way from Sickler as he comes set, looks the runner at second back. That's Glidden. Now the pitch home, lays down a bunt foul. And an 0-2 count. Now Takini, no doubt the green light to swing away with an 0-2 count. Likely not going to show bunt for a third time. Mark Carpenter on deck. Middle of the order after Colin. He is going to take a pitch high. A fine job by Morgan to get out of his stance and leap to keep that one in the glove. And a 1-2 count to Colin Takini. Grounded out and struck out so far in this game. Pitch to Takini. That one is going to be called strike 3 outside. And Takini down on strikes for the second time this game. And here's Mark Carpenter. Carpenter is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out in the first and walked in the fourth. Now in the fourth inning, he did come around to score the Falcons' only run of the game. Hoping to get on base and drive a baseball here with a couple runners on. At first, it's Price. At second, it's Glidden. and a score of 5-1 with Medford in front. First pitch taken outside for a ball, 1-0. And again, Willer going over to have a chat with his pitcher, Sickler. He's gone over there a couple of times instead of Morgan to have that conversation, trying to make sure that he knows he has the lead. Go after these guys in front of you. A run here or there. It's not great. You're not looking for it, but it doesn't hurt you all that bad. And a guy like Carpenter at the plate, you got to give him your full attention or he will burn you. It's a 1-0 count to Carpenter. Sickler set and the pitch. Carpenter swings and misses at a fastball up high, maybe a touch outside too, and the count even at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 2 runners on for the Falcons. They trail by 4 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Sickler gets the sign from Morgan, who sets up outside. The 1-1. It's ripped to short on the ground. Cope going to go to third for the lead runner and get him. Heads-up play by the shortstop Cope, taking the lead runner for the second out, and that brings up Marcos Ulloa Ford. Price advances to second. Glidden is out, and Carpenter on the fielder's choice finds himself at first base with Ulloa Ford to bat. He's 1 for 2 in this game. Grounded out in the second, singled in the fourth. Started the game on the mound, now finds himself playing third base for the Falcons. The pitch. Off-speed pitch misses beneath the zone, and a 1-0 count. After Ulloa Ford, if the inning continues, it's Jacoby Tacchini for the Falcons. Sickler coming out of the stretch. Looks the runner at second back and delivers home. Misses outside, looked to be the slider. Slid a bit too much on Sickler, and he falls behind 2-0 to Ulloa Ford. Pitch on the way. That one misses high and in, and the count 3-0. Ulloa Ford being patient. Trying to load him up for Jacoby Tacchini on deck. The pitch. Ulloa Ford swings and misses at a fastball over the middle of the plate. 3-1. Not a bad pitch to swing at when you're ahead 3-0, but just came up empty there. Ulloa Ford still in a hitter's count. The 3-1 is in the dirt, and a walk will load the bases. Falcons with the bases loaded for the second time this game, third time today if you count the opener. But in these situations, they have yet to score. There was one situation where Tacchini doubled into the gap, but unable to fully capitalize on that moment by letting an out at home plate diminish the impact, and eventually ended the game in the 7th. So I guess 4th time, and they're only 1 for 4 in converting on these bases loaded opportunities. Here's Jacoby Tacchini. The pitch is hit in the air, foul, 0-1. Price at third, Carpenter at second, Ulloa Ford, the new base runner, at first, and Tacchini, who's 1 for 2 in this game with an RBI single in the 4th, looking to drive home a couple runs. Pitch on the way to Tacchini. That one is taken for a strike. Morgan doing a nice job of framing that one up and taking strike 2. Corbin Hamilton on deck if the inning continues. But an 0-2 count to Tacchini. His back is up against the wall, chokes up and awaits the 0-2 pitch. It's a high fastball. A nice job of laying off that elevated fastball. A lot of Falcons have been chasing that pitch tonight, but Jacoby wisely laying off. It's a 1-2 count. Sickler out of the windup with the bases loaded and the pitch. Grounded back up the middle through the gloves of Sickler and off the second base bag into center field. Price is going to score. They're waving around Carpenter. He scores. And a 2 RBI single for Jacoby Tacchini makes this a 5-3 ball game. Lucky bounces and a nice roll for the Falcons puts runners at the corners, still with 2 outs for Corbin Hamilton. We're likely going to get a new pitcher for the Mustangs here. They've had some guys warming up for some time, and let's see, it looks like we will be getting a new arm for the Mustangs. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the changes for Medford. They're up in front of Klamath Falls 5-3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll be back on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and the Mustangs have a new pitcher. It's Tristan Malari, who we actually saw earlier today in Game 1, where he pitched 1 2/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and a strikeout. Wasn't part of the decision, but pitched vital innings for the team, and now in relief, trying to keep this game in favor of the Mustangs. The Falcons have the tying run on first base. It's Jacoby Tacchini and Corbin Hamilton to bat. Falcons have already scored 2 runs in this inning. It started off with a walk from Ryan Glidden and a walk from Max Price. Colin Tacchini struck out, then Mark Carpenter reached on a fielder's choice, which neutralized Glidden, trying to get to third. After that, a walk from Uloa Ford and a ground ball with eyes from Tacchini allowed the Falcons to score a pair of runs. And they're trying to rally and avoid another season series loss. They split with the challengers. They were swept by Redmond. They got 1 out of 3 against Grants Pass. Right now, Medford holds a 2-1 series lead, and this is the finale. They trail by 2. First pitch to Hamilton from the left-handed throwing Malari is in the dirt. One-0 count to Corbin, who's 0 for 1 in this game. He walked in the second and flew out in the fourth. Malari set. Left-hander delivers the 1-0. That pitch in the dirt underneath the glove of Morgan. Breaking for the plate and scoring is Uloa Ford. And we have a 1-run ball game in the 5th inning. The score is 5-4. Medford leads. Also advancing to second is Jacoby Tacchini representing the tying run. It's a 2-0 count at the plate to Corbin Hamilton. The 2-0 is hit in the air down the right field line, but foul. Count now 2 balls and a strike. After Hamilton, if this inning continues once more, it's Carson Sims on deck. Malari with the 2-1. Left-handed thrower steps and fires that one in the dirt. Nice job by Morgan. Picking that one out of the dirt and keeping Tacchini at second. Malari from South Medford High School, the new pitcher for the Mustangs, will graduate in the spring of 2025. The 3-1. That one is going to miss high and away. And that is ball 4 for Hamilton, aboard for the second time today on the walk. Carson Sims looking for his first base knock in this game, although he was 2 for 4 in the opener. tying and go-ahead run on base for Sims. And actually, we're going to see Carson Pimley hit instead of Carson Sims. Pimley bats .222 on the season. This is the first we've seen of Pimley in today's doubleheader. First pitch to Pimley. He's a bit late on the fastball, 0-1. Trying to look at some recent stats for Pimley as he awaits the 0-1. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Pimley has 4 base hits in the last 3 games. 1 for 1 on July 8th. 2 for 4 on July 12th, and 1 for 3 in the nightcap on July 12th. Takes a ball high there, 1-2. Set is Malari. And the 1-2 coming up to Pimley. He kicks, he fires, Pimley swings and misses, and the Mustangs escape the 5th inning, holding on to a slim 1-run lead. But for the Falcons in the 5th, they score 3 runs on 2 base hits, on 1 base hit, pardon me. They leave 2 runners stranded. They trail 5-4 as we go to the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Getting ready for the top of the 6th inning, and the Medford Mustangs lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 5-4. Line score for Medford so far, 5 runs on 3 hits. No errors for Medford. They've left 5 on base so far. For the Falcons, 4 runs on 3 hits. They've committed 2 errors. And for the Falcons, they've left 6 runners on base to this point in the ball game. P.J. Safford getting ready for his 2nd inning out of the bullpen. And it'll be 8-9-1 in the Medford order. That's Caleb Long, Kyle Cope, and Easton Curtis. Long is without an at-bat in this game. He's walked each time. First pitch to him here finds, misses inside. 1-0. Might have been a 2-seamer from PJ. Broke a bit too much back in towards the right-handed hitting Long. He'll take ball 2. No question that one missed low. 2-0. Falcons rallied for 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th. They now only trail by 1. The score 5-4. They lost the opener today in a 1-run decision as well. Hoping to negate that. Here, a deep fly ball to left field, and making the catch on the run is Carson Pimley, going back to the warning track. A nice play, and Pimley, a new addition to the ball game, gets his first defensive effort in, and it's a good one for the first out in the 5th. All right, here's Kyle Cope. Cope is 1 for 2 today. He flew out in the 2nd, and he followed that up with a 2 RBI double in the 4th inning. Takes strike 1, and Safford working in the 0-1 count, delivers. That's a nice fastball over the inner third. 0-2 the count now to Kyle Cope with Easton Curtis on deck for Medford. The pitch. Safford rung him up, swinging for strike 3. That's the second out in the 6th inning. Jammed him on the fastball, and Cope couldn't really get around on that one. A good pitch there by Safford for his second strikeout of the ball game. Now back to the top of the order for Easton Curtis. Pitch on the way. Off-speed pitch from Safford, misses high, 1-0. After Curtis, it's Freeman Roundtree. That pitch misses in, 2-0. Curtis is 1 for 2 today after he fouls off the 2-0, makes it 2-1. Curtis walked in the first, singled in the second. He reached on an error in the 4th inning that drove in a run on a fly ball to center field. The 2-1. Strike on the outside, 2-2. Big gap in the right side of the outfield with Glidden nearly hugging the line and Price, the center fielder, playing behind the shortstop. The 2-2 is taken for a ball, 3-2. And the Falcons content to pitch Curtis outside. If he goes the other way, it could spell trouble with 2 outs in the inning. 3-2, fly ball out of play. Safford trying to get the Mustangs in order. Give his team a chance in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the 3-2, fouled straight back. Almost back into the press box. Everyone's okay. We got the netting. 3-2. Here's the pitch from Safford, working quickly. That one is ripped to left and a single. Freeman Roundtree with his second knock of the night makes him 2 for 3. Extends this 6th inning to bring up Freeman Roundtree. Roundtree 0 for 2. He struck out in the 2nd, grounded out in the 4th. He was also hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. Safford set, working quickly. On the move to second is Curtis. The throw is wild to second base. Now Curtis trying to get to third, and he will. He'll get in there standing. That'll be an error on the throw from Tacchini. And now Roundtree bats with a runner at third and 2 outs, 1 away. The Mustangs scored 2 runs in the 2nd. They added 3 more in the 4th. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Safford. Over the heart of the plate for strike 1. Throw to PJ almost got away from him, but he collected. And a 1-1 to Roundtree. Here it comes. That one in the dirt. Tacchini blocked it. And the count now 2-1. Safford delivers the 2-1. That pitch fouled straight back. And again, the count 2-2. After Roundtree, the inning continues. It's Jackson Rosenthal. The 2-2 from Safford. Here it comes. Off-speed pitch inside, but it misses. The count is full. Safford going to have to find a pitch, try to escape this inning. 3-2 on the way. That's called strike 3. Got Roundtree looking. Big strikeout there from Safford to keep us right where we are. The Medford Mustangs lead the Falcons 5-4. We go bottom six next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Bottom of the sixth inning, and the Falcons trail the Mustangs by 1. Score 5-4. It's 8-9-1 in the Falcons' order. To lead things off, it's P.J. Safford, Ryan Glidden, and Max Price. P.J. doing a fine job on the mound to get himself out of a jam in the top of this inning. Now has an opportunity to lead things off for his ball club and try to get back into this game trailing by 1. Safford looking to extend his season-long 9-game hitting streak. Coming into this game, he bats .250. He's had one at-bat today where he struck out 0 for 1. Now here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. 1-0. I'm sure in the back of Safford's mind, yeah, he'd love to extend that hitting streak, but above all, get on base. 1-0 to PJ. That one misses outside, 2-0. Falcons scored 1 run in the 4th, 3 more in the 5th. That's how they get their 4 runs so far. Here's the 2-0 to Safford. That one hits him square in the back. Hey, you'll wear that one to get on base, but that one looked like it hurt. Safford will be aboard at first, and it will bring up Ryan Glidden. That hit PJ square in the back, but you'll walk it off. I think he'll be okay. All right. Runner at first after the hit by pitch. And this brings up Ryan Glidden. He is 0 for 1. He struck out in the 3rd. He walked in the 5th. Glidden bats .209. He represents the go-ahead run in this ball game. Set is Malari. And the pitch. Glidden trying to lay down a bunt, trying to move Safford into scoring position. Fouls that one off. It's 0-1. Max Price on deck for the Falcons, and the infield now for the Mustangs protecting bunt. Glidden shows again. Lays one down, foul. The count now 0-2. Glidden came up to the plate with one thing in mind. He'll have to switch it up. Tried to lay down a bunt, now behind 0-2. He'll have to put a good swing on it. Try to get one into the outfield and get on base. Name of the game in the late going. Something the Falcons haven't really had trouble with in these last couple of innings. Trying to continue that trend here in the 6th. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. Glidden down on strikes for the 2nd time today. And that will bring us to the top of the order for Max Price. Max Price in the ball game so far is 0 for 2. He flew out twice, but he walked and scored in the 5th. Price is 3rd on the team in batting. Throw down to first to try to get Safford. He's back safely after the pitch missed low. As I said, Price, third on the team in hitting. In his last 4 games, he's got 6 hits. Here's the 1-0 to Price. He hits a line drive to right field. That's down for a base hit. Tying run in scoring position. Go-ahead run on base, and here's Colin Tacchini. Nice job of Price by taking that pitch where it was, driving it the other way. And we're going to have a meeting on the mound for Medford. See some movement in the bullpen, but the right-hander doesn't look quite ready yet. This might just be to buy in some time. Nope. Malari, he's stepping out. And we're going to have a new pitcher for the Mustangs in the bottom of the 6th. We'll step aside and get you the changes in just a moment. Falcons flirting with a rally here in the bottom of the 6th. They trail by 1, but have 2 runners on. The score 5-4, and we'll be back on My Base in 104.3 and 960 Sports.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Mustangs going with a new pitcher in the bottom of the 6th inning. The score 5-4, Medford in front. 2 runners on for the Falcons. New pitcher is Caleb Long. Comes in from playing third base. Long, the right-hander from South Medford. In at third off the bench is Dominic Daffrin. Tristan Malari is responsible for the 2 runners on base. Tying run P.J. Safford at second. Go-ahead run Max Price at first. Colin Tacchini bats now 0 for 3 in this game. A ground out and a couple of strikeouts. Here's hoping Tacchini saved his best for last in this nightcap. Tacchini has got 5 base hits in the last 6 games. Here he swings and misses at the first pitch behind 0-1 against Long. After Tacchini in the order, it's Mark Carpenter. Love to get the middle of this Falcons order up in this inning. That pitch in the dirt. It's a 1-1 count now. Good job to lay off it from Colin. The season for Tacchini. He bats .241, has 14 base hits, and 7 RBI. The 1-1. Tacchini hits one to right. That one is going to fall in front of the right fielder, Rosenthal. Everyone's going to move up a station, and the bases are loaded for the 4A Prep Player of the Year, Mark Carpenter. Safford to third. Price to second. Tacchini with a big base hit on first. And here's Mark Carpenter with 1 away in the bottom of the 6th. Go-ahead run in scoring position. And just the guy you want if you're the Falcons. Bats .420 on the season, leads the team. Second on the team in RBI and most extra base hits this season. Slugging .654 is Carpenter. The pitch, a curveball misses high, 1-0. Mustangs had a right-hander up and throwing in the bullpen even while Long was warming up out there. So See how long his leash is here in the 6th. The pitch. Carpenter takes another one upstairs, 2-0. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, the Falcons trail the Mustangs 5-4, but they have the bases loaded with one out. The pitch to Carpenter is taken for a strike off the plate outside. Count now 2-1. Carpenter's going to have to protect the outside part of the plate, or part of the zone, rather. 2-1 set for Long. The pitch. That one's in the dirt. It's going to kick away from the catcher, Morgan, but Safford not going anywhere. And the count moves now to 3-1 to Mark Carpenter. Falcons got burnt earlier tonight in the opener, trying to score the tying run. Being aggressive on the base paths, they're not doing that here in the nightcap, trailing 1. Carpenter in a hitter's count. Pitch on its way from Long. Carpenter takes ball. Strike 2 on the outer third. That was in the zone. Just took a moment for our umpire to call it strike 2. Now the count is full for Carpenter. A payoff pitch on its way with the bases loaded. Here it comes to Carpenter. Swings and misses, and a huge strikeout to get Carpenter there. And that's the second out in the 6th inning. It's going to take a base hit from Ulloa Ford to make an impact this inning. Today he's 1 for 2 in this game. He grounded out and singled and walked so far. Here's the pitch to Ulloa Ford. A pitch misses high, 1-0. Ulloa Ford, not a bad option himself in this spot. Third on the team in hitting, 338. He leads his team in RBI with 21 this season. The cleanup hitter with the bases loaded. The 1-0 taken high, and the count 2-0. Jacoby Tacchini waits on deck, but all eyes on Ulloa Ford in a 2-0 count. Bases loaded, his team down 1. Here it comes. Fouled straight back. Count moves now to 2 balls and a strike. The nearly 200 fans in attendance at Kiger Stadium on the edge of their seat, hoping for the home team to take a lead late. The 2-1 from Ulloa Ford gets away, goes to the backstop. Safford breaking for the plate, and he's safe. The Falcons have tied it in the bottom of the 6th inning. Knotted up at 5, and now a chance to take the lead in a 3-1 count to Ulloa Ford with Jacoby Tacchini on deck. Max Price to third. Colin Tacchini to second. And we'll have a quick time as Ulloa Ford before the 3-1 count. Pitch coming up to Ulloa Ford. Hitters count, and it's swung on and missed. Ulloa Ford chased a high fastball to run the count full. Go ahead run at third for the Falcons. The pitch. Ulloa Ford swings and misses. Big pitches from Long. But the game is tied. The Falcons get 1 run in the inning on 2 base hits. They leave 2 runners stranded. We're tied at 5 going to the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Top of the 7th inning, and we're tied 5-all going into the final inning of regulation, and it's the middle of the Mustangs order due up against P.J. Safford. Jackson Rosenthal, Eli Havey, and Kellen Willer. Between them today, just one base hit. First 3 times through the order. They look to reclaim the lead for their Mustangs in the late going. P.J. Safford staying on the mound for Klamath Falls. He's thrown well out of the bullpen, and he started the rally and eventually scored the tying run at the plate in the bottom half of the 6th. First pitch is going to miss outside to Rosenthal. It's a 1-0 count. Here's the next pitch from Safford. That one misses upstairs. Count 2-0. The 2-0 finds the zone. A two-seamer outside to the lefty called a strike. 2-1. Rosenthal, the only guy with a single in the middle of their order. He singled his last time up, but here takes a pitch low, 3-1. Safford from the windup, working quickly. The 3-1 misses high, and a walk to start the inning for the Mustangs gives them the go-ahead run on base to begin the 7th. Eli Havey to bat now, 0 for 2 today. He grounded into a 4-6-3 double play in the first, popped out in the third, and walked in the 5th. Signs delivered to Havey. We'll see if the Mustangs go small ball here. It's what they're known for. And if I was a betting man, that's what I'd say for Havey. As he shows bunt. Pulls back for strike 1. And could be extra bases. Digging for 2 is Willer. The throw is not in time, and he is in for a single, and plus an error in center field allows Willer to reach second base. Fifth hit of the night for Medford. And the go-ahead run in scoring position, and they're going to intentionally walk Davis Carr to get to Jimmy Morgan. Morgan in this game walked in the 2nd, came around to score, flew out in the 4th, and struck out in the 5th. Tied up at 5 in the top of the 7th. The Mustangs with a runner in scoring position. Jimmy Morgan to bat, Caleb Long on deck. That pitch misses down. 1-0. Safford set with the 1-0. And the pitch is going to miss in, 2-0. If you're curious for the Falcons, who's due up next half inning, it's Jacoby Tacchini, Corbin Hamilton, and Carson Pimley. The 2-0. Hit on the ground to third, past the glove of Uloa Ford and into left. They're going to wave around Willer to try to score. No, they put the brakes on him. The very last moment, a good throw from Pimley probably would have got him. Bases loaded for Caleb Long. Willer to third, Carr to second. Morgan after the single at third. Safford in a jam. Trying to get out of it. He's done it once before already tonight. Out of bases loaded. Here he fires in strike 1. Safford has taken the path of most resistance tonight on the mound, but he's come out unscathed. Here he needs it most. The 0-1 in the dirt. Kicks away from Tacchini for a moment. Safford had the bases loaded against him in the 5th, was able to get out of it. Got a runner to 3rd in the 6th, again got out of it. Now the most important batter of the game. He faces Caleb Long in a 1-1 count. The pitch is called strike 2 on the inner 3rd. Nice spot there by Safford, moves the count to 1-2. Safford set, big pitch, 1-2, here it comes. Grounded back up the middle, over and into center field. 1 run scores, 2 coming in, throw to 3rd, and that's going to roll to the Falcons dugout. Now trying to score is Morgan, the throw home, and they got him. That will end the inning, but not before the Mustangs score 2. On an RBI single from Caleb Long, they lead 7-5. Last of the 7th next on mybasin.com.
There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
We welcome you back to 104.3 960 Sports. HD video on mybasin.com, continuing your coverage of Falcons baseball this evening. Bottom of the 7th inning, Falcons trail 7-5. It's Jacoby Tacchini, Corbin Hamilton, and Carson Pimley due up this half inning as the Falcons try to rally once more to tie or take the lead in this 7th inning. Tacchini flares one to first, caught by the first baseman Willer. 1 pitch and 1 out in the 7th for the Falcons. Corbin Hamilton to bat now for the Falcons. Corbin has walked twice today and grounded out once. Hamilton swings and misses at the first pitch. Count 0-1 on a high fastball from Caleb Long. Pitch on the way. That is going to miss high, 1-1. Hamilton, then Carson Pimley on deck for the Falcons, trailing by 2 in the last of the 7th. Hamilton, a line drive to center field, and diving. Roundtree is going to let that one get behind him. Hamilton digging for 2, and he's going to hold up there. And a double for Corbin Hamilton with 1 out in the 7th. Tying run to the plate, it's Carson Pimley. Pimley 0 for 1 in this game. He struck out. Pimley this season batting .222. Has 6 hits on the year, 3 singles, 3 doubles. But in this spot, all you need to do is get on base. P.J. Safford waits on deck. Pitch on the way to Pimley, and he'll take it for strike 1. Fine job again by Morgan. Does such a good job of framing up those outside pitches Has to be the 5th or 6th time he's stolen a pitch tonight. The 0-1 is going to miss high. Pimley came in for Carson Sims earlier in the game. Sims finished the day 0 for 1. 1-1 to Pimley. Here it comes. Taken away, a breaking pitch from Long, trying to get Pimley to chase. But he lays off. The count now 2 balls and a strike. Morgan looks to the dugout, gets the sign, sets up outside. The 2-1 misses outside, 3-1. Again, Pimley represents the tying run. Already at second is Corbin Hamilton. And the 3-1 pitch is going to be swung on and missed upstairs. Probably would have been ball 4. But now a full count to Carson Pimley. Long looking for his pitch. Here it comes. It's hit in the air. Center field through for a base hit. They're going to hold Hamilton at third. Tying run on base at first. Runners at the corners for P.J. Safford. Safford today has struck out. He's also been hit by a pitch, and he scored the tying run at the time in the 6th inning. Now looking to come through with a base hit. Tying run at first, but double play in order with 1 out. Safford takes strike 1. PJ looking to extend his hitting streak. This could be his final opportunity in this at-bat. He's got 9 consecutive games with a base hit coming in here. What a time to extend it. Move over to first. Back safely is Pimley. Long looking in. Agrees on the pitch with Morgan and set. Now delivers. That's going to be called a strike. A fastball outside. Now an 0-2 count to Safford. On deck is Ryan Glidden. Safford awaits the 0-2 pitch. Here it comes. It's going to miss outside, 1-2. Mustangs scored 2 in the top of the 7th. They hold a 2-run lead. The 1-2. That's hit in the air to right. That is going to get down for a base hit. Rounding second, headed for third is Carson Pimley. He will slide in safely. P.J. Safford, an RBI single to extend the hitting streak and move the tying run to third. Big time at bat for Safford. And he represents the winning run over at first. Here's Ryan Glidden. And they're going to have Ian Meyer hit instead of Ryan Glidden. This will be the first at bat for Ian Meyer today. Meyer came up in these spots all season long in the prep year. This season in the summer, batting .231 with just 2 RBI. But these are the spots you like a guy like Ian Meyer in, trying to come off the bench and provide a big-time hit. The first pitch to Meyer is taken for a ball outside, 1-0. Runner at third for the Falcons is Carson Pimley. P.J. Safford at first. In a 1-run ball game. Long comes set with the 1-0. Move over to first. Safford back safely. On deck, top of the order for the Falcons is Max Price. Morgan sets up outside. Pitch on the way to Meyer. Taken for a strike. 1-1 to Ian Meyer on the outside strike call. Seen it once. Now you have to protect on that outside pitch. Meyer a little bit closer to the plate. Move over to first. Again, Safford back safely. Meyer has 9 hits this season, all singles. Meyer is without a hit since July 1st. Here he swings and misses at a curveball, 1-2. Meyer having to come with a 2-strike approach, chokes up on the bat. No batting gloves. Meyer, ball player, looking to poke one to right field. The pitch misses outside, 2-2. Big gap on the right side of the infield with the second baseman Carr ready for a double play, and the first baseman Willer holding the runner Safford at first. The 2-2. Meyer swings and misses, and that's the second out in this inning. A huge strikeout for Long to get. Now we go back to the top of the order for Max Price. Price came up with a big-time single in the 6th, hoping to replicate that here in the 7th with the tying run on 3rd. We're going to have a meeting on the mound for Medford. And in the first game today, the Falcons found themselves in a similar spot, rallying in the 7th with the tying run on 3rd. In the opener, unable to come through, hoping to atone here in this 7th inning and avoid another 1-run defeat in Area 4 league play. They've already lost 3 1-run decisions this year in conference play. It was a 2-1 loss against Grants Pass, a 6-5 loss against Grants Pass, and a 6-5 loss against Medford earlier tonight. Hoping to avoid it for another time, and it relies on Max Price. Checking the runner at first is Long. The pitch, Price takes strike 1. After Price, it's Colin Tacchini if we can drive home this tying run at 3rd in the person of Carson Pimley. The pitch is rolled foul, and the Falcons down to their final strike of the night. Long looking for the punch out in the 0-2 count. 0-2, here's the pitch. Taken outside, 1-2, and a balk is going to allow a run to score. Wow, what a turn of events, and we are tied in the 7th. Winning run in scoring position, and a 0-2 count remains to Max Price. Oh, 2. The pitch to Price misses outside, 1-2. Wow, a balk scores the tying run, and the Falcons gifted life in the 7th. 1-2. Here it comes. That one's in the dirt. It's going to kick away from Morgan, but Safford staying put at second. A 2-2 count. Wind blowing, a touch out to center. Max Price steps back in a 2-2 count. Here it comes. Price takes ball 3 high. Again, Colin Tacchini on deck. Once more, fans and Kiger on pins and needles. The 3-2 is a breaking pitch that misses in. Price aboard at first. Colin Tacchini. A chance here to try to send these fans home happy. Takini's 1 for 4 tonight. A ground out, 2 strikeouts, but a single in the 6th. That's what he's hoping for here with the winning run in the person of P.J. Safford at second. The pitch home to Takini, called a strike. Mark Carpenter waits on deck if Takini's able to get on base without scoring that run. It's a 1-1 count now to Takini after he takes the pitch high and away. Colin came up in this spot in the 7th earlier today, hoping for another. The 1-1. Takini, ground ball back up the middle. It's off the leg of Long, the pitcher. He's going to throw to first in time, and we've got extras at Kiger Stadium. Tied up at 7, going to the 8th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. We're in extras in the nightcap as the Falcons take on the Medford Mustangs. Due up this half inning is going to be Kyle Cope, Easton Curtis, and Freeman Roundtree. The Falcons scored the 2 runs necessary in the bottom of the 7th to extend this ball game. Now it's up to P.J. Safford on the mound to try to keep us where we are, tied up at 7. He starts us off with ball 1 to Kyle Cope. Now the pitch is in the dirt, 2-0. Cope today, 1 for 3. He's flown out. He's struck out. He also has a 2 RBI double. That came in the 4th inning, an inning in which the Mustangs scored 3 runs. The pitch, 2-0. Called a strike. Nice pitch there on the slider from Safford. And that pitch marked the longest outing for Safford this summer. 2-2. Here's the pitch from PJ. Big 2-2. Check swing. Ooh. A pitch that just missed outside. I'm sure Safford's thinking that that pitch was called a strike against him. Can't get it in the top of the 8th inning. 3-2 pitch on the way from Safford. That one's grounded back up the middle. Carpenter plays it on a hop. Strong throw is going to take Corbin off the mound, and that's going to be an error on Carpenter. Error on the throw from short. E6 allows the runner on base. It's the 5th error of the night for the Falcons, and somehow still holding on in this ball game, showing grit against these Mustangs in a rivalry matchup. Now it's up to Safford again to try to wiggle out of an inning as Medford decides to play small ball. Bunt attempt from Curtis. No, pardon me, this is not Curtis. This is Dominic Daffrin getting his first at-bat in this game. Pitch to Daffrin. He does lay down a bunt. Safford's going to come up with it. Toss to first in time. That'll be the first out in this 8th inning. But advancing to second, and the go-ahead run, Kyle Cope for Freeman Roundtree. Freeman Roundtree, who's burnt the Falcons in the past, steps up now. He's without a base hit in this contest, though. They've kept him at bay. A couple of strikeouts and a ground out so far. Safford struck him out in their last meeting. Nice off-speed pitch there by PJ to get ahead 0-1. After Roundtree, it's Rosenthal on deck. Safford coming out of the stretch, the 0-1. Here it is. Pitch misses in, and the count 1-1. In protecting the bunt is Ian Meyer, new addition to the Falcons at third after coming into pinch hit in the last inning. I believe that pitch missed high from Safford, 2-1. Meyer in at third. Uloa Ford has moved over to second, and Colin Takini is in right. The 2-1. Hit in the air, center field. Price running to the right center field gap. He's going to make the catch. Tagging to go to third is Cope. And he will get in there standing 2 away, and a runner at third. Tie ball game in the top of the 8th inning. Here's Jackson Rosenthal. Jackson Rosenthal has walked twice, grounded out once, and singled in the game so far. Go ahead run at third. Safford again. Pitching with the runner at third. He's gotten out 3 previous times. Can he do it again? First pitch, called a ball. (1-0) to Rosenthal from Safford. Check swing over the middle of the plate for strike one. After Rosenthal, it's Eli Havey. But Safford going right after Rosenthal. Here's the 1-1. Off-speed pitch misses wide, 2-1. Safford set again on the 2-1. Here it comes. Pitch is going to miss high, right around the letters over the plate, missing upstairs. To Jackson Rosenthal. Good hitters count for Jackson Rosenthal. Safford going to have to find it within himself to get this strike, and he misses outside. Runners at the corners. Here's Eli Havey. Havey is without a hit in this game, but he did damage to the Falcons in the opener tonight when he hit a 2-run home run in the 7th inning to give his team a lead that held. Now runners at the corners and 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. Pitch on the way. That's hit to left. It's going to get down, and a run will score. It's booted by Pimley in left. And the throw in is also wild. The Mustangs take an 8-7 lead in the 8th inning. And we're going to have a new hitter in for Willer. It's going to be Evan Roden. Roden getting his first at-bat today. His team in an 8-7 lead. The pitch. Takes it for a ball. It's the 82nd pitch for PJ since coming in relief. The 1-0. It's hit in the air, playable, shallow right. Going to be called off by Colin Tacchini. He'll make the grab, but the Mustangs take a 1-run lead in extra innings. 1 run on a base hit, 2 left. And the score 8-7 going to the bottom of the 8th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Bottom of the 8th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports, MyBasin.com. In extra innings, the Mustangs lead the Falcons 8-7, but the Falcons have the right guys up to try and get something done in this 8th inning. Mark Carpenter, Marcos Ulloa Ford, and Jacoby Tacchini try to get the rally started against Caleb Long. Mark Carpenter leads the team in average, leads the team in on-base percentage, the kind of guy you want to lead off this big 8th inning. Trying to avoid a series loss to Medford and come away with a split at home. Carpenter lifts one into center field. Playable for Roundtree. Misjudged it for a moment, but came in to make the catch, one away in the 8th. One away, and it's Marcos Ulloa Ford. 1 for 3 today. He grounded out in the 2nd, singled in the 4th, walked in the 5th, and struck out in the 6th. Pitch on the way. That one misses high and into Ulloa Ford. 1-0. Ulloa Ford, another guy you like in this spot. If you look at the numbers, Marcos grounds one to short, takes an awkward hop off the cut of the grass, but a nice play by the shortstop Cope to get the 2nd out this inning. Jacoby Tacchini, the last hope for the Falcons in the last of the 8th. 2 away in an 8-7 ball game. Tacchini 2 for 4 tonight. A couple of ground outs, but 3 RBIs across 2 base hits. He's played well tonight. He's got to do it again to keep this game going. Takes a pitch outside, 1-0. Here's the next. Swung on and missed. The count 1-1 to Tacchini. Here it comes, the 1-1. Tacchini swung on and missed the fastball, and the Falcons down to their final strike. Long looking to put away the Falcons with this 1-2 pitch. Here it comes. It's in the dirt. 2-2. After Tacchini, if the inning continues, it's Corbin Hamilton. Jacoby back in the box, the 2-2. Looked at for ball 3. He represents the tying run if he can get on base. The 3-2. Hit in the air, center right field. Coming in is the right fielder, and making the catch is Jackson Rosenthal. And the Medford Mustangs come to Kiger Stadium beat the Falcons twice in an 8-7 victory in the nightcap. We'll be back to recap the action for you in just a bit on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So let's turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Welcome back to Falcons Baseball, 104.3 and 960 Sports, MyBasin.com. The Falcons up the nightcap to the Medford Mustangs to a score of 8-7. For Medford in this game, runs on 8 hits. No errors. They left 9 runners on base. For the Falcons, 7 runs on 8 hits. 5 errors, and they left 10 runners on base. Winning pitcher tonight for Medford is Caleb Long, who pitched the final 2 2/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, walked 1, and struck out 3. The loss is P.J. Safford's. He pitched 4 innings, gave up 6 hits, 3 runs, just 2 earned. He walked 4 and struck out 3. With this loss, the Klamath Falls Falcons lose the season series to Medford 3-1. They drop on the season to 3-13 in conference play, 9-24 overall. The Mustangs improved to 11-5. They are 29-13 and 29-12-3 overall on the season. Next up for the Falcons is a road date on Friday in Portland. They'll be taking on the Hillsdale Merchants in Portland. We will not have a broadcast for you Friday afternoon, but you can follow the stats on the team's Game Changer app. If you haven't downloaded that yet, I encourage you to do so. You can get some stats, an idea of what the schedule looks like for the Falcons, as well as following the game stream on Friday on the Game Changer app. We'll be back on Saturday when the Falcons travel to Roseburg to continue Area 4 play against the Doc Stewarts Saturday at 5 and 7. Final home games of the season coming up on Monday. The Falcons return to Kiger to take on those very same Doc Stewarts for games 3 and 4 of the season series and the final games of the season, as the Falcons now mathematically eliminated from postseason contention. Although still games to play for this young squad, still a lot to learn and play for. And we'll be back on Saturday for doubleheaders at 5 and 7 from Champion Car Wash Field in Roseburg. I want to thank everybody who makes tonight's broadcast possible, both head coaches. I want to thank John King and Nate Mabin from Medford working with us for the broadcast. Also Coach Kevin Schaefer from Medford supplying us with the starting lineups before Game 1 today. Of course, Pete Whistler and his coaching staff for the Klamath Falls Falcons making things seamless for us in the broadcast. And up in the box, the official score, public address announcer Mike Safford, always making it easy on the broadcast as well. Thank you, as always, to all the folks who makes Falcons broadcasts possible on mybasin.com. Be sure you stay updated on league standings, schedules, and Falcons news on mybasin.com/Falcons. Once again, final scores tonight from Kiger Stadium. Game 1, the way of the Mustangs, 6-5. Game 2, the way of the Mustangs again, 8-7. My name is Josh Eldridge. It's been a pleasure to be with you tonight. Hope you have a great rest of your Wednesday night. And so long from Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls.